A confirmation about the audio, please, guys. If the audio is clear and available, kindly confirm. Thank you. So, hello, a very warm good morning to all of you, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to another session of Environment, where we shall be proceeding ahead with our discussion about pollution. What we had carried out in the previous session on Monday, we had carried out a discussion about the various different types of pollution, the air pollution that we were talking about, and we were looking into the reasons why is it that northern part of the country is much more polluted as compared to the southern part of the country. We had taken a look at few of the reasons. For example, the larger population density in the northern part of the country has got its own applied implications. For example, larger population density means there will be greater number of vehicular density as well. There will be larger number of vehicles as well, and that will end up emitting significant amount of pollutant out there into the atmosphere. Other than that, the occurrence of older industries, the power plants. Now, there we have also taken a look simultaneously at the probable solutions. For example, in the case of the older industries or in any industrial effluent, when we talk about, we also have the provision, or we can take a step of providing industrial scrubbers. Now, those industrial scrubbers will basically be able to wipe down any amount of impurities, the heavier impurities that are present, they will be taken away from the waste gases. In the case of power plants, we talked about another measure which can actually come out to a remedy, and that is where we talked about the existence of electrostatic precipitators. And these ESPs, or electrostatic precipitators, the principle that they operate upon, how do they behave, that is something we have seen. Now, after this, we took a look at the reason for stubble burning. Why is it that stubble burning does happen? Why is it that stubble burning is carried out? What can be the remedial measures for that? What are the various different mechanisms adopted across the world in terms of South Asian condition also we have seen. And we have also seen the reason why stubble burning is prominent only in the northern part of the country. It is not something which is prominent in the southern part of the country. Okay, so those are the factors we had looked upon, and we will develop on that slowly and steadily. Okay, is there any harmful effect to the crop field due to stubble burning? Not much. In fact, stubble burning, sometimes what it does, I'm not saying it always is advantageous, but sometimes in certain cases it can also get rid of your pests and rodents which are to be found in the farmlands. So the burning of the stubble in the farmland can get rid of those issues as well. So but sometimes what happens, it dries out the soil so significantly, and that dried soil is never good for plantation of crops for the next season. So the soil becomes dry, the moisture even from the lower level is actually consumed, and more importantly, you have certain important worms, certain important microbes which are very very important for the development of the plants and ensuring the fertility of the soil. So all those microbes and the biological agents of nature, they are killed immediately due to stubble burning. So in that case, yes, there is some harm for the next cropping season. Okay, now after this we come to the portion of topography and location. Now topography and location is also an important part in rendering the impact of pollution that we see in the northern part of the country, which is not to be witnessed in the southern part. How is it so? So when we talk about the southern part of the country, right, the southern part of the country, when we talk about, when we mention about, now that southern part of the country is a peninsular region. That is, it is surrounded by water from three sides. So that means there will be frequent movement of winds, right, from land to the sea and sea to the land. That frequent movement and mixing of the winds, that basically means, see, the pollution which is caused, now that is not always responsible or not always directly correlated to the type of air that we breathe in. it can happen that in our cities, let's suppose the pollution cost is very high, but still the air that we breathe in is comparatively cleaner. And that will be because of the regular movement of the winds. For example, take the case of Bangalore. Now, Bangalore, also referred to as the Garden City. Now, if you take a look at Bangalore as a city, now there also significant amount of pollution is carried on because construction activities, vehicular pollution, etc., is caused at a significant proportion. But then Bangalore does not experience that great amount of pollution because there is a regular movement of the wind. You have a very strong movement of the wind happening across various seasons. Now, what that means and what that translates into is that whatever pollutant is released into the atmosphere, that is taken away by the wind, gone with the wind. So, that is where if you have a regular movement of wind in a region, the pollutants are automatically taken away, they are taken care of. But when we talk about the northern part of the country, it is a landlocked area, and being a landlocked area means that from various different aspects, the air cannot end up moving in very different ways and very different manners. So the air gets trapped, remains trapped. And here, sometimes the air basically, even in the northern part, even in the western part, they will reach the Himalayan region and then again they will be reflected back. So that is where there is a persistence of air for a longer duration. There are certain other geographical factors also that one should be aware, that why is it that northern part of the country is much more polluted. So here, when we talk about it, let's suppose we talk about the geographical factors. Now, which geographical factors are we referring to? So here, when we talk about the geographical factors, one of those factors is basically the occurrence of the colder winter. Right. Now, during the winter months, in the southern part of the country, obviously the winter as a season you experience, but as a condition you don't experience, because in the southern part of the country, even during the so-called winter months, the temperature is how much? 25, 30 degrees Celsius. If somehow it becomes around 18, 19 degrees Celsius, suddenly everybody starts to like shiver out in terms of how cold it is. But there the temperature conditions are not so low. 18 degree, 15 degrees is not such a low temperature to initiate any kind of atmospheric changes thereby. Having said that, in the northern part, when we talk about northern winters, now northern winters are particularly cold. Anywhere to the north of Tropic of Cancer, the winter is particularly oppressive. You can have a temperature of around 2 degrees Celsius in Rajasthan, 1 degree Celsius, even in Rajasthan, around Churu district, you will experience 1 degree Celsius. In many regions of Punjab, Haryana, even in Delhi, you experience 1 degree, 2 degrees Celsius. So, when the winter conditions are so very cold, what will be its impact? So during the night time, during majority of these days, you experience what is referred to as a temperature inversion condition. Okay, so here in the northern winters, temperature wind inversion is experienced. Is experienced. Very good, Sheikh. So when this temperature inversion is experienced, in that case, the mixing of air does not happen. You have colder air near the ground surface, warmer air on top. So there is no significant mixing of air which happens. So the air tends to remain in its own location as it is. So here you have lack of mixing of air. Mixing of air. So that means the pollutants will stay in the same place for a much longer duration as compared to any other part of the country. So, this is one of the major concerns and major factors why, during the month of October, November, and so on, the impact of pollution appears to be much more exaggerated out there. It is not as if when we talk about the industrial pollution, the power plant pollution, the dust pollution, etc. Dust pollution is much more prominent during the summer season. In summer season, you have small localized storms which are generated, which will kick in a lot of dust into the air. But then in summer condition, mixing of air will happen, but in winter that is stopped, or in many places in the northern part of the country it is interrupted, due to which that mixing does not happen, due to which the pollutants will stay in the same place and the impact of pollution which is felt is quite high. Then other than that, during the months of October, November, December, during these periods, in the northern part of the country, you have the setting up of a permanent wind system. And which wind system are we talking about? In the northern part of the country during the month of October, November, what kind of permanent wind system sets in? Let me see if we are aware of. Jet streams, are they permanent wind systems? Sheikh, very good. Loo. Loo sets in October and November. No, Loo sets in summer. So, Vanshika, Lakshmi, Ilma, Prabhakar, correct. And Sheikh, correct. So, during these months of basically October and November and so on, you have the setting up of westerly wind system. And these westerlies, they start blowing across the northern parts of the country. And movement of westerlies basically means that whatever amount of pollution or pollutant is released into the atmosphere, let's say in the region of Punjab portion or the Punjab province of Punjab, of Pakistan, or in our Punjab and Haryana, whatever amount of smoke that is released due to stubble burning, all of that is carried out from a west to east direction, and it spreads across entirety of the northern part of the country, making the issue of pollution much more exaggerated. So in these months of October, you have the westerlies. See, in case you have not studied the permanent wind system, it is absolutely okay to not be able to understand this, that which particular wind system are we talking about. But here I see many of you who have studied the permanent wind system. And when I'm asking about which permanent wind system will be in place, I get the answer retreating monsoon, high pressure zone, then jet streams, and also October heat. Please understand wind. We are talking about a wind movement. Wind cannot be named as a high pressure zone, can it? So that is where you can have the westerlies. Westerlies means moving from west to east. So that is where you have existent over northern India, carries winds and pollutants from west to the rest of northern India. Okay. But the best answer award for this question will go to a couple of you. I'll not tell your names, but the best answer was Lou, right? Because if you can fathom about the existence of Lou in the month of October and November, either you are getting confused in what Lou is, or you are getting confused in what the conditions are during the month of October, November. Please understand, Lou is a summertime wind, summer afternoon wind, which blows. And Lou will be in existence only during the months of sometimes late April, otherwise May and early June. Lou will never be in existence during the month of October and November. Okay. So, in case you have not studied that portion at all in geography, fair enough. But in case you have studied that portion already, and after that you have given the answer as Lu, you should basically take a moment for yourself for appreciation. Stand in front of the mirror, pat yourself on the back, and then again sit back and start up with the studies. Okay, so this is just to tell you, and why I'm telling you this is because look at I hope you have looked at the question paper of UPSC this time. Look at the types of questions that they are asking. They want to check what is your level of concept. They are not no longer interested in the factual portion. They are only interested in those candidates who are able to look at the larger picture with the help of the details. And that is the selection criteria that UPSC is clearly symbolizing, that we want only such candidates, first of all, who do not rote learn from any particular source, who are able to interrelate different areas and different subjects, and they should know some facts here and there. They should have the ability to devise the concepts and basically analyze the concepts on the go. So that is the candidate type of candidates that UPSC is asking and seeking for. Where do you see yourself being fit in that entire picture is up to you. Okay, now after this, we come to another source of pollution, and that is municipal solid waste. Now, when the population density is very high, the amount of waste generated will also be significantly high. It will be very, very high. Now, all the waste that is generated, now municipal solid waste, I will tell you about the entire classification of the municipal solid waste as well. It includes the construction debris, it includes your household waste that we generate, the waste from the various different business in the municipality that they generate. All of that is a part of municipal solid waste, MSW as it is referred to. Now, ideally, in rest of the world, in majority of the parts of the world, that waste, when it is disposed, is immediately collected, and that collection mechanism is paid significant attention to. Not only getting it collected and throwing it somewhere, but how you treat them. That is very, very important. Why to go abroad when you have examples in India as well? In the recent years, if you have, let's suppose, been in Indore, or if you have been in Mysore, right? Now, here you will realize that the city is so very clean. Those of you belonging from those areas would always attest to the fact that at one point of time, you see, in around 20 years back, 25 years back, or 30 years back, Chandigarh and Ahmedabad, these used to be the so-called blue-eyed cities, or these used to be the exemplary cities which everybody would give example of, that if you have to have a city, you need to have a city like Chandigarh. But in the past few years, 5 to 7 years, if you do happen to visit Indore or even Gwalior in many areas, in Mysore, you will find that you won't find those garbage dumps or heaps of garbage accumulating in somewhere. Why? Because that waste which is generated on a daily basis, that needs not only to be collected but also needs to be reutilized and reused. But in rest of the part of the country, what do? We dump it out, and then maybe the municipality collects it and dumps it out again. Look at the condition in Delhi. In Delhi, you have such large open dumps of the waste. Now, again, if you have visited those waste areas, I think that going ahead in the future, if that waste mountain and waste pile continues to pile up, the government should basically declare it as a moment, or as a kind of monument of international attraction. And the delegations from across the world should be taken to visit those garbage dumps as well. Because if, and I repeat this multiple times, I repeat this to almost everyone out there, that Delhi, if you stand, and that is such a kind of a view that you will never forget. If you take a viewpoint from any of the tall buildings, first of all, in Delhi, having a very long distant view is not possible because of the polluted air. But sometimes early in the morning or after the during the rains, now then the visibility increases. You will be able to observe some kind of a hilly portion all across the contours of Delhi. Now, the best part is that if you analyze the atlas later on, or if you analyze the internet itself, Delhi has not got any hills. Geographical features of hills are not at all present. Now, what are these then features that you observe all across the region of Delhi? These are the piles of garbage. Now, these piles of garbage, which you throw it out in the open, by the way, few of the piles have also achieved the something which is worth celebrating. They have achieved the status that few of the piles have now become taller than Qutub Minar. So all the various different types of celebration that you have about Qutub Minar being an important monument, even by dumping waste, we can generate a height greater than Qutub Minar. But then what is the problem with this opened up? Why is it considered to be so bad? There are multiple reasons for that. So here, when you talk about it, see, here you have open dumps. Now, what these open dumps will include is organic, inorganic, mixed waste. It is not segregated significantly. All the kind of waste are there. Organic material will continue to decompose, right? Now, during the process of decomposition, what is the output in that case? Which particular gas is released during the process of decomposition? We have talked about it. Methane. Very good. Beautiful. So methane is released. Along with methane, you will have gases such as H2S, hydrogen sulfide also. But methane is released in very high proportion. CH4, H2S, right? All these are released. Now, whenever there is a process of decomposition going on, there is also and always there will be some or the other amount of heat which will be released, isn't it? Heat will be released. Now, along with that, heat is given out. And substantial amount of heat is given. It is not as if we are talking about warmer air. Hot air will be released during this process of decomposition. Think about the level of warming that it will cause, first of all. Secondly, now here you will have various different types of organic compounds, like let's suppose dried leaves, dried grasses, etc. will also be present here. Now, in the presence of heat, in the presence of a very flammable gas like methane, what will happen? It will immediately catch fire. So many of these open dumps, very frequently they end up catching fire. And when they catch fire, it is as if doomsday has arrived if you happen to be in that area, because there would be nothing but absolute darkness in the entirety of the hillock. And if you do pass through that area, you would observe only darkness in that region, and lot of dust particles, that is lot of particulate matter, lot of various different black carbon, and partly burnt organic, inorganic matter moving across the air, getting deposited on the road surfaces. Now, that is the amount of gases and pollution that are released. Now, this is very, very common, especially during the summer times. Right? This year, we had one such massive fire incident happening around the region of Kochi in Kerala. Kerala, which is generally considered to be cleaner. Now, because the population is concentrated across certain areas in Kerala, there also this problem of waste dumping has been observed. So that is where you have the problem of municipal solid waste generated. Now, what is the solution of it? The solution of it is to have as many waste to energy generator or converter plants out there. Now, this runs on a very basic principle, waste to energy. This is an area which is considered to be a sunrise sector, in the sense that it will have a lot of scope going forward and moving ahead. So, what is or how, on what principle does it operate? So, it operates on the basic principle that first of all, the waste that you collect, you segregate the waste, organic, inorganic waste. Organic waste, you carry out the decomposition in controlled manner, convert the organic waste into manure, utilize it on the farmland, increase the fertility of the farmland. You won't be requiring the chemical fertilizers, which will chemical fertilizers eventually they will carry out some or the other form of bioaccumulation and biomagnification as well. So that is not to be required. Now, what to be done with inorganic waste? Now, that inorganic waste, many of the times, it is burned. Now, when it is burned, it will produce energy. With that energy, you basically end up boiling water. And with that water, that water, when it is boiled, gets converted into steam. That steam will be able to run the turbine. The turbine is attached to a generator, and you can produce electricity. Okay. So waste to energy is generated by treating the organic and inorganic waste separately. Right? Energy is attained by combustion of inorganic waste. Okay. So you have multiple examples of cities across the globe where the waste generated is quite significant, but on a daily basis, they handle those waste. They are capable, they have developed a kind of mechanism to handle immense amount of waste, and they are able to generate energy out of them. One of the leading examples is that of Singapore. And as you would be aware, being very aware and citizens who follow current affairs with quite a significant amount of tenacity, you'd be aware of the fact that whenever a new state government gets elected in any part of the country, very immediately the urban ministry, and in fact many of the ministers, they make a tour of this region of Singapore. They stay there for a good 1 month altogether, that they are studying the waste handling capacity. It is a different matter altogether that when they come back and when it comes to implementation, that is something that we have not seen fructify in any part of the country. So it is just a kind of a field trip that you would have during your younger days when you were in class 3 or 4 standard. The school would take you to certain field trips where no particular productivity was attained. So that kind of a field trip is organized for Indian legislators into the region of Singapore, sometimes in Hong Kong as well, about how to handle the waste, about how to treat the waste. But the thing is, we have not managed to learn significantly out of that. Now, uh, what about the gases released during the process? Obviously, they will have to be filtered out. Shelly, the gases which are going to be released during the combustion process, they have to be filtered out and they have to be treated. An example of the opposite is the case of the Okhla waste to energy plant, which was established in Delhi. Most of you would be aware of the story behind it, that basically when this plant was commissioned, there was a lot of noise out there, in the sense, lot of celebration. You had many people of the Delhi government also immediately tweeting it out that now Delhi won't be the older Delhi anymore. Now people from Singapore will come to Delhi, because how clean Delhi will become so suddenly, because we have a waste to energy plant that we have established in Okhla. First of all, this waste to energy plant did not have enough capacity to handle the entire waste of Delhi. And secondly, it had not yet become operational. When it did become operational, that it started burning the inorganic compounds to generate energy, the efficiency of energy was reduced. But moreover, the Supreme Court's investigative committee found out, when Supreme Court basically set up a committee next year about what are the reasons why pollution is still so persistent in Delhi. The committee said that, look, while the normal causes or the normal sources of pollution, they still persist, but one of the leading portions and one of the leading factors of increased pollution in Delhi is the waste to energy plant which is set up in Okhla. Now, what this plant was doing was it was burning the waste and releasing it without much amount of filtration directly into the air. Now, what that has meant, ever since that celebratory inauguration of this waste to energy generation plant, for almost every year after that, this plant has been shut down. This plant has been shut down on the orders of the court that better shut down that plant because that is increasing the problem of pollution out there. So you can have certain mechanisms for treating pollution which can also increase the level of pollution. It is only lately that this plant has again started functioning, and now unless and until the next investigative committee fills up with some kind of report, we do hope that this is running up to the mark. Okay. Yes, it has become operational very recently, Sumit. But you never know that you might have another investigative committee set by the court this year, and you might have the findings which will absolutely surprise you. So that is where you have that aspect. Now, then after that, we come to the probable solutions and the possible solutions out of those for the tackling the problem of pollution. One of the possible solution is the decomposer capsule. Now, what these decomposer capsules, basically these capsules, they are basically, it is the government run research agencies which have come out with this. Now, these are the decomposer capsules. So they are mixed in a water solution, and then they are sprayed over the region of the stubble. Wherever you have the stubble, there it is sprayed over. Now, the purpose of this is very simple. So the stubble, why it is very difficult to till out or pluck out? Because that stubble is very pointy, very sturdy and hard. Now, this solution of the capsule with water, when it is sprayed over, it increases the microbial actions, accelerates the microbial actions, and accelerates the rate of decomposition. As a result of which, the capsule basically becomes, or basically the stubble ends up becoming softer. So here, solution to stubble burning. Okay. Now, accelerates the microbial action. Okay. Means microbial action of what? Microbial action of decomposition. To degradation of the stubble makes them softer, right? And that means easy to till, right? And when you prepare the land, you till the land, isn't it? So in tilling, what do? You upturn the lower portion of the soil, and that is made possible. Preparation of the land is made possible if the stubble is much more softer. So that is where the land becomes easier to till and easier to treat as well. You don't need to burn those stubble out there. Then you have the development of anti-smog towers and anti-smog guns. Now, anti-smog towers, they started becoming very prominent in the early part of the 2000s when China was hosting the Olympic Games. It was the Beijing Olympics. Now, Beijing Olympics, where China spent billions of dollars out there, the amount of money that was spent cannot even be uh, imagined in our country. But there, China spent billions of dollars, and it was a chance for China to showcase its own development, to showcase the fact that yes, China has basically arrived at the forum, at the international forum. Now, during that point of time, Beijing was very much polluted, as it is still significantly polluted, but not to the extent that Delhi is. In those years, Beijing and cities of China used to attract headlines and eyeballs during the late 90s and early 2000s amongst the most polluted regions of the planet. Now, once Beijing was very polluted, immediately the concern was that how is it that we will have the international athletes and delegations coming here? How will they tend to adjust here, or what will be the image given out? So that is when you had the building of these anti-smog towers. What are they? These are the towers out there where the simple mechanism which is followed is that polluted air is sucked in, right? It is passed through a series of various different filters, and eventually the filtered air is moved out. The filtered air is let out. Now that means the pollution in the air in the nearby vicinity will be handled and the cleaner air will be put out. This is the work done by the anti-smog tower, right? It handles the. Now think about it, that this anti-smog tower, you cannot have enough. So one anti-smog tower obviously won't be able to take care of a city like Delhi. You will require the need of such hundreds of towers out there to be running continuously to make the air clean, right? So that is the issue that we are facing. While we might celebrate setting up of one anti-smog tower, we might have leaders tweeting about it that this is the biggest change that Delhi has ever experienced. But once you look at the practicality of it, that whether it will be able to achieve any possible solutions in the future or not, there is where the heart shrinks in disappointment by the fact that all that we are thinking about is one anti-smog tower in the northern part of Delhi, one anti-smog tower maybe in the western part of Delhi. Now, what we are doing is we are spending money building these anti-smog towers. It is not free of cost. It is very costly. You are spending money. But because you are only making or only having the plan to construct one anti-smog tower in each of these localities means what? The overall efficiency will be very low. Air will still be polluted. So you have spent the money, still the air is polluted. So that doesn't solve the purpose out there, isn't it? So that is where we need to have a holistic plan. That what is our long-term plan, long-term vision, 5 years down the line? Where do we see the city of Delhi? How will it morph itself into? Whether we have a long-term plan for 5 years, for 7 years to tackle the level of pollution in Delhi or not. That is the region where we are lacking in general. Then you also have the anti-smog guns. Now, anti-smog guns is again something that you would have observed in your localities. Nowadays, most of the municipalities have bought this. So early in the morning, if you happen to venture out in your localities, in your urban areas, you will find these anti-smog guns being carried over by the trucks, and they would spray water. By anti-smog gun, don't think about it that someone is carrying a gun and shooting out in the air. It is not that kind of a gun. It is something which represents a like a cannon shape. It has got a shape like a cannon out there. Okay, so if you think about it, presently, Jakarta is the most polluted city in the world, Abhishek. Just wait for a couple of months, my dear friends. Let the features of North India come into play again, the geographical features, the economic, environmental features. And again, you'll be flooded with the news stories and articles that 14 out of the 15 most polluted cities across the world are in northern part of India. Sometimes we also have the kind of the accomplishment, for the lack of a better word. We have accomplished that feat, even though we have not celebrated that, but we have managed to achieve the feat where 10 out of 10 most polluted cities in the world have been in the northern part of the country. And that is not a small task to achieve, where the entire world is polluting, to achieve the most polluted tag for almost all the 10 cities out there. And continuously, we have been achieving that year after year, That shows a level of consistency. So again, I would say, first of all, we should never celebrate with the fact that, okay, Jakarta is the most polluted, Delhi is not. It is up there. It is only the conditions. So India has experienced the rainy season as of now, so the air is still cleaner. Wait for a couple of months, let the pollutants settle in. Okay. Now here, when you have, what are these anti-smoke guns? So what is done is, they are installed on the back of the on the back of the truck trailers and the lorries. And here you have a like a cannon like structure which is attached. And this lorry is being pulled by a truck, a larger truck. Now from here, you have tiny droplets of water which are released. Tiny droplets of water which are released. And it is sprayed over. In significant proportion, it is sprayed over. Okay. Now, this water droplet, what is it supposed to do? It is supposed to tackle the dust particles and the particulate matter, PM 2.5, PM 5, PM 10, so that it basically combines with water and falls back on the ground surface. So these anti-smog guns are particularly devised to tackle dust and particulate matter. Now, here also some of the municipalities, they have basically devised such a mechanism where the trucks that they have been using, those trucks are polluting much more than what this anti-smog gun is clearing out. So there also you have some of the ingenious solution provided by our various municipalities. But let's see, when is it that we realize the requirement of cleaner air? That is urgent. Okay. Now, newer tech. Newer tech is always a significant solution. One of them is hydrogen based fuel technology. The various different types of hydrogen, the different varieties of hydrogen, the requirement of all these different types of hydrogen, that is something that you will study in the portion of science and tech, anyways. But here, when we talk about hydrogen as a fuel, now you have to realize that it is still in a very nascent stage. It is still being developed. You have green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, black hydrogen, gray hydrogen, etc. Green hydrogen is the one on which maximum attention is paid as of now. And what is that green hydrogen about? Why is it referred to as green hydrogen? Because the hydrogen that is produced in the process, now, the energy required for that production of hydrogen, that energy is basically your renewable energy. So, this hydrogen is produced by renewable energy, hence the name that is associated as green hydrogen. Now, when we talk about green hydrogen overall, now it can be utilized as a source of fuel. Now, when it is utilized as a source of fuel, what will it do? Or what will it lead to? It will basically, whenever you burn hydrogen or carry out combustion, combustion is what? When you carry out the burning in the presence of oxygen, that is combustion. So, combustion of hydrogen fuel will lead to the emission of water, right? You will have the reaction H2 plus O2 will give H2O, right? So that is where the emission, rather than the emission that you see in the case of the fossil fuels, this emission is much more cleaner. And this particular emission is that of water in particular. So that can be an alternative. But not only this, you can have various different types of technologies. Electric vehicle is one of those. But the problem with electric vehicle is, yes, you can prevent the burning of the fossil fuel, but for that electric vehicle to run, you need the vehicle to be charged. You need to charge the vehicle. Where do you charge your vehicle? From an electrical point of source. Where is that electricity generated from? If it is generated from a thermal power plant which is burning coal, then it hardly solves any purpose, right? So unless and until you develop an end-to-end mechanism of mobility which gets rid of the pollutants, there the new technology is going to help. Then here, vehicle policy as well. So what are the vehicular policy? So vehicle policy also talks about, now it is of two parts. It does include two parts out there. First of all, you need a kind of a modern mechanism, modern emission standards, and that needs to be well developed. Just because India is a developing country does not mean that the emission standards that India follows is below par as compared to the European or the general global standard. That should not be the case. We should follow the best of the practices, and we should have our growth following the best of the practices, right? We should not give the laxity. Now many of the automakers across the world, they they use different technology vehicles in the rest of the world, in developed and industrialized nations of the world, and they sometimes bring the older technologies in India, thinking about the fact that anyways people will buy this, and there are no such government norms, and the government norms are particularly relaxed. Now that is something on which we have to be absolutely non-compromising. So here, for example, when India suddenly shifted from BS4, Bharat Stage 4 emission standard, BS4 standard, to BS6 standard. Now we skipped the BS5 stage. We actually, the government made it mandatory for the automakers to have a certain kind of a norm which they would implement. Emission norm, catalytic converters, their norms, etc. Now, in this case, immediately there was a lot of criticism which happened. Lot of criticism, lot of newspaper editorials talked about the fact endlessly that how suddenly skipping Bharat Stage 5 would mean that many of the automakers would lose their revenues, loss of jobs will happen. This is not a plan which should be implemented, etc. But in the long run, what we are seeing is that this is showing some results. Now, once you force the automakers, look at it, how it happens in Europe and North America. There, if the government decides on a legislation, if the government decides on a particular fact that this is how the emission has to be monitored, regardless of how big the conglomerate is, the conglomerate or the companies, the corporations, they have to agree to it. It is only when you are a developing country where the larger companies of the West, they will always seek to arm twist you, that see, we are such a big company, we are coming to invest in your country, you should give us this much amount of a leeway out there. This is where we need to show a spine. We need to show that yes, India is not merely a follower of global standards. India sets the global standards, and that is where our air will automatically start becoming cleaner. Now I remember this famous quotation which was said. But in general, if any of you have visited the city, any of the European cities in the past few years, or maybe Singapore even 5 years back, now in Singapore, you would observe that the almost all the vehicles are electric vehicles. Now, you don't have any of the much older vehicles plying on the road. So, if you follow that stringently, if you follow the norms stringently, it should, when is it that people start flouting the norms? Let's suppose you have been following norms, and suddenly you have not taken out the older vehicle in your house, it is still kept there. You are taking out your newer vehicle, and suddenly you observe that an older auto rickshaw is moving across the road, emitting the amount of smoke that even a volcanic eruption doesn't. That is when you realize that it is okay to flout the norms, it is okay to violate the law. So that should not be there. We have to maintain the level of emission, the level of stringency in these measures. So one of the methods of vehicular policy is emission standards. Emission standards. So these emission standards basically depends upon what kind of emission you are letting it out into the air from the exhaust pipes. So by burning of fossil fuel, you have various different types of contaminants which are released. So out of them, how many of them are released out there into the atmosphere? So that is where you have the Bharat stage 4, Bharat stage 6. You would have seen that in the back of the vehicles also. Are we, any of us who are not aware about the BS norms, the Bharat stage norms, or are we aware about it? Are we are not aware? Okay. So this stands for Bharat stage 6 emission norms. They stand for Bharat stage 4 norms. Okay. Yes, exactly my point, Chaitanya. BS6 sticker nowadays you will see on almost all the vehicles. Any vehicle that you see moving around, you will find on their back the BS6 the sticker, which is the greenish sticker, which is stuck there. This has been made mandatory since 2020. It is not a new phenomena. But anyways, before that also, please understand that, or you also have across the globe, the global contemporary is Euro 4, Euro 5, Euro 6, Euro 4 norms, Euro 3 norms. That indicates the norms emission standard set by the European region. Now, what are these emission norms? It basically includes development of your engine mechanism, the internal combustion engine we are talking about, ICEs. So the ICEs need to be developed in such a way that the burning of fossil fuel is complete. When the partial burning of fossil fuel happens, that is when the emissions released are very, very high. And also, you need to develop the catalytic converters. Remember, we had talked about catalytic converters on Monday. So the catalytic converters which need to be developed, they need to be developed accordingly so that they filter out sulfur compounds, nitrogen compounds, lead, antimony, mercury, all the various different types of emissions. So as clean as possible, the emission should be as clean as possible. So that is the requirement of the process. So that is what you have as the emission standard. Okay. Now, another type that you can have, or another mechanism that you need to develop when we talk about the policy in terms of handling the vehicles, because please understand, at the end of the day, vehicles and vehicular transportation is responsible for almost one fourth of the total amount of emission that you see in the atmosphere. So it is a significant chunk. So here, another thing which has been done, which needs to be promoted much more, is the vehicle scrappage policy. Vehicle scrappage policy. By the way, this BS6 norm, that is the one which is being followed in our country now, and it talks about removal of all the heavy contaminants other than the and even sulfur and nitrogenous oxides. Their proportion is also to be reduced in the emission. Okay. Now, vehicle scrappage policy. What does that mean about, and what is it about? So I'm sure you would have read it in your portion, or when you were talking about, or when you have read about the government acts and the various different parts of the Motor Vehicles Act, etc. Now, at that point of time, government also released a scrappage policy where it made it extraordinarily costly for people to keep vehicles which are older than 15 years or 20 years, because the registration cost would be so very high. So, in a way, the government is encouraging the people to get rid of their older vehicles. because older vehicles means older technology means greater amount of emissions, right? So that is where you need to develop a kind of a circular economy. Now, in countries of the developed nations or the industrial nations of the world, you have a very vibrant vehicular scrappage industry where the vehicles are sent to the scrapyards. There you have the refurbishment, or in many of the cases the complete scrappage of it is done, where these scrapyard owners, what they do is they extract all the utilities out of the vehicle, all the beneficial things like maybe metal pieces, glass pieces, etc. Everything is taken up, everything is taken over, and they are used in the manufacturing of fresher or newer vehicles. So that reduces the cost of the newer vehicles as well. So people will buy more. If the price of the vehicles come down, people will buy more. And also it provides jobs to lot of people in the entire supply chain. So job generation happens, demand is created in the economy. Now, also along with the fact that the when you get rid of the older vehicles, the air is automatically cleaner. Now, what the government is also doing is that if you sell your vehicle or to the scrap yards in, let's say, 10 to 15 years, after that you will be given some. Now that is still being worked upon, that there is a kind of a provision for giving some incentive that buy a new vehicle. If you have sent your older vehicle to the scrapyard, we will give you the discount of maybe 10% or something like that. Now, in that case, what will happen is that you will be incentivized to get newer vehicles on the road. So the automobile sector will benefit out of it, because manufacturing newer vehicles means more jobs. And once the automobile sector benefits, you will also have the steel sector which will benefit. Steel sector will then be involved in refurbishing the older steel, which is also economically friendly. Production of newer steel releases lot more amount of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere as compared to recycling of the older steel. Always keep that in mind. Production of newer steel is much more carbon intensive. So it is environmentally much more suited and environmentally much more friendlier to refurbish the older scrap and thereby have a circular economy. Okay. Now, then graded response action plan is again another one of those initiatives. What is this graded response action plan? So, the government basically has come up with a mechanism where, depending upon the amount of pollution into the air, you should have a pre-decided standard operating procedure, a code of conduct of sorts, where let's suppose the pollution level goes beyond a certain limit. Immediately industries are ordered to shut down in the region, immediately the schools are ordered to shut down, the colleges are ordered to shut down. So that is a kind of a, depending upon the level of pollution which is caused, you carry out that action. Maybe you ban the vehicular movement in a region, maybe you ban certain other activities, construction activities in a region. So that is depending upon the level of pollution. So this is the action, a single point action agenda based upon the kind of pollution that you have. So these are the mechanisms by which you can tackle the menace of air pollution that we experience. Okay. Now, then we come to the region of the ozone layer. We come to the ozone hole, the ozone depletion that is occurring, why it is occurring, and the recovery that it has indicated. And along with that, we will also be studying the Vienna Convention. We will be studying the Montreal Protocol to the Vienna Convention. We'll be studying the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, and we'll try to understand what is happening out there. Why is it that Montreal Protocol is regarded as one of the most successful international movements or international measures to combat any issue threatening mankind? But before that, we talk about the ozone layer. Now, when we talk about ozone layer, now this is basically present in the region of stratosphere. That is where it is present in significant proportion. And that is what we also refer to as a good ozone. Because the ozone which is produced at the ground level, that is referred to as the bad ozone. The ozone that is produced or that is present in the region of stratosphere, that is the good ozone. Now, how is this ozone present in the region of stratosphere? How has it reached there? So it is not as if the ground level ozone is getting transported up into the region of stratosphere. That is not what happens. So basically, higher up into the atmosphere in the region of stratosphere, there you have the presence of the ultraviolet rays of the sun. Now, the solar rays, they will include ultraviolet, infrared, all the various different wavelengths. So as you go higher in height, you have the availability of them. Now, in the presence of ultraviolet rays, the energy level will be very high. So when you have normal oxygen molecules interacting with each other in the case of a very high energy of ultraviolet rays, that is when O2 that gets converted into O3. So you have initially O2 in the presence of ultraviolet rays. Now it gets converted into free oxygen radicals, and then it combines with another oxygen molecule to produce O3 in the presence of high energy state, right? In the presence of higher energy. So this is the ozone production. Now, the reaction for production of ozone means what? Is very slow. So the rate of production, the rate at which ozone is produced, that rate of production is excessively slow. So generally what you observe is that when you have, let's suppose here, the ground surface, let's assume, this is the tropopause. Above it, you have the stratosphere. In that stratosphere, you have the presence of the distinct ozone layer, which is also referred to as ozonosphere. Ozone layer. Now the temperature at the region of ozone layer is somewhere in the range of -10, -20 degrees Celsius. The temperature is particularly low in that area. Now this ozone layer, the primary purpose of it is what? For us humans, it benefits us by filtering out the ultraviolet rays of the sun. It filters out and absorbs the ultraviolet rays of the sun. So, means on the ground surface, we don't experience those ultraviolet rays, because once the UV rays they start coming to the surface, it will have various impact, such as it can cause skin cancer, it can cause issues in the plants, the yellowing of the leaves will happen. Many of the animals, for example, their reproductive cycles, they are altered. Productivity of the marine ecosystem is reduced due to the ultraviolet rays. So the impact is quite devastating on the ground surface. Now, these ultraviolet rays are protected or filtered out by the ozone layer. Now, we end up emitting significant amount of pollutants into the atmosphere. Now, these pollutants, many of the times, they stay in the atmosphere for a very long period of time, for many, many years altogether. They have the potential to stay in the atmosphere for thousands of years, hundreds of years in certain cases. Now, in certain cases, these pollutants, they interact and react with the ozone layer. Now, when they interact or react with the ozone layer, what happens as a consequence? The ozone starts getting consumed. So, in certain areas, the density of ozone in this region, it starts thinning out, right? So, in certain areas, let's suppose the ozone layer naturally is like this. Naturally, it is like this. But in certain regions, if let's suppose this becomes somewhat like this, now what happens as a result? That means the ultraviolet rays coming from here won't be filtered out, will be able to reach the ground surface. So that is what is referred to as an ozone hole. This is what is ozone hole. Now, this density of ozone in the region of the ozonosphere, that gives us an idea, that gives us an indication about what kind of, or whether there is an ozone hole or whether the ozonosphere is healthy. And that density is measured by a unit which is referred to as the Dobson unit. So Dobson's unit gives a measure of the density of ozone found in the layer. Greater the density, better is the ultraviolet ray filtration capacity. Lesser the density of the ozone gas here, that means it won't be able to filter out the ultraviolet rays. So that is where the density of ozone is an important indicator of the same. So here, ozone layer, much of the ozone is concentrated in a portion of stratosphere called the ozone layer or ozonosphere, found roughly 17 to 26 kilometers above the sea level. Now, most stratospheric ozone is produced when some of the oxygen molecules interact due to the ultraviolet rays emitted by the sun. So, sometimes you have the thinning of the concentration of ozone in such a way that there you will have the a kind of a gap which is created. That is what is referred to as the ozone hole. Okay, this will allow the ultraviolet rays to seep in. But why does this happen? Why is this gap created? This is created because of certain materials which we refer to as ozone depleting substances or ODS. Ozone depleting substances. Now, mostly the during the entirety of the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s as well. Now, the entire world did use chemical compounds such as chlorofluorocarbons, what are also referred to as CFCs, for refrigeration purposes, for air conditioning purposes, for coolant purposes. For all these purposes, CFCs were used, right? Now, these CFCs, which we refer to as the chlorofluorocarbon, we'll talk about the reaction as well. I'll show you the reaction as well, that how it depletes the ozone layer. But it is these CFCs which have damaged the ozone layer quite substantially. They have managed to react with the ozone molecule here. They have reverted them into the state of O2 again. That means thinning out of the ozone layer. So CFCs are an example of the ozone depleting substances. These are chlorofluorocarbons. Now, once the entire awareness was raised across the globe that look, these CFCs which you are using, that can be harmful, and that is the one depleting the ozone layer, what will the industries do? The industries who are already producing these CFCs in bulk quantity, whose entire business is around these CFCs, what is it that these industries will do? These industries, basically, they would start talking about alternatives. What can be the alternative for that? Now, in those aspects, when they talked about the alternative, when they talk about what can be done, so that is when the industry developed what is referred to as HCFCs. It was developed in the late 80s, and the industry said that look, HCFC is much cleaner. HCFC doesn't pollute that much, right? These are hydrochlorofluorocarbons. very soon it was found out that HCFCs, they also pollute the the region of the ozone to the significant or the same extent. That is also caused to the similar extent. So HCFCs, CFCs, you have certain types of furans, you have, for example, methyl fluoride, etc. All of them basically are bromides and so on. They end up depleting the ozone layer. Now, ozone layer is depleted chiefly around the polar area and in certain portions across the rest of the globe as well. So if a question is asked that ozone layer is depleted only in the polar regions, that will be an incorrect statement. Ozone layer is depleted to some extent across the entirety of the globe, but the maximum depletion is observed in the polar region due to because of the atmospheric circulation over many years of time. These pollutants, they end up reaching the region of the stratosphere, the polar stratosphere around the region of the poles. That is where, in low temperature and the presence of ultraviolet rays, that is where this reaction is kick-started. Over the region of Antarctica, you will observe significant amount of depletion. Over the region of the Arctic, you will observe a significant amount of depletion. There is a finding about this as well, that over the region of Antarctica, the ozone hole that you see, that is much more long last, or that is much more regular in general. And why is that? That is because around Antarctica, you have a consistent presence of water body. Whereas around Arctic region, if you can imagine this, around the region of Arctic, you have the region surrounded by land masses. Around the region of Antarctica, you have the region surrounded by water body. Temperature, wind factor, etc. remains consistent over water bodies as compared to the land areas. That is where the air circulation pattern, etc. about Antarctica is much more consistent. So the ozone hole created over Antarctica is much more consistent as compared to what you observe in the region of the Arctic. Now, what is the reaction about? How does the reaction pan out? So, first of all, here you will observe. Let me tell you the entirety of the reaction. So, observe CFC, such as the CFCl3, right? So, tetrachloride. Now, there, what happens is, in the presence of the ultraviolet rays, this CFCl3, that will break. It will break into an individual chlorine atom and CFCl2 in the process. Now, this individual chlorine atom, that is reactive, highly reactive at such conditions of temperature and presence of the ultraviolet rays. So it reacts with ozone molecule, right? Now, once it reacts with the ozone molecule, what is the reaction? The reaction is Cl plus O3 gives ClO, right? Chlorine monoxide plus oxygen. So oxygen is produced. This chlorine monoxide, this is unstable. That is reactive and unstable. Means what? Undergoes reaction again. Undergoes reaction quickly. Okay? Again, there will be a significant amount of reaction. So it will react with a free oxygen molecule, or radical rather atom, and it will produce chlorine and O2 again. So overall, in this entire reaction, at the end of the day, you again have this chlorine. Now this chlorine is free to react with another ozone molecule. Again, it will break that ozone molecule into individual oxygen atoms. So again, free to react with another oxygen or ozone molecule. Okay, now take a look at this. So here CFCl3, in the presence of ultraviolet radiation, it will break into Cl and CFCl2. Now that will combine with ozone to produce oxygen. This is your oxygen molecule. And it will produce chlorine monoxide, and that eventually again reacts to produce the chlorine atom once again. Now this chlorine atom will again react with, this entire process will be repeated. It will react with another ozone molecule. So it will end up reacting with another ozone molecule. Now here you might have a question that in the stratosphere ozone is produced as well. In the stratosphere, ozone is consumed as well. So where does the issue come from? Where is the issue there? So it is consumed, it is produced as well. So there should be balance. Why there is a depletion or a hole? That is because the rate at which the ozone is produced in the stratosphere, that rate is very slow as compared to the rate at which the reaction of consumption takes place, that is where ozone is converted into oxygen. So as compared to that, the rate of production is very slow. So that is why it leads to a larger depleted area getting created. So here, rate of creation, very good guys, rate of creation of ozone is very slow as compared to the rate of production. Okay, so that is where you have causes, it causes a long-term depletion. A long-term depletion. Okay, right? So that is the entire process of the depletion of the ozone layer, which is asked in the examination also sometimes, where all you need to do is reproduce this particular set of reactions. Again, I will repeat, you have certain substances such as which are put under the category of what we refer to as the ODS, or the ozone depleting substances. Now what these ozone depleting substances do is, they will, so you have various varieties of ozone depleting substances. I'll give you a list as well. If you want to rectify, you can learn from that also. So for example, you have, take the case of CFCl3. Now, chlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs, etc., hydrochlorofluorocarbons, bromofluorocarbons, all of these are varieties of the ozone depleting substances. So these ozone depleting substances, they end up reacting with the ozone layer. Now, that is where you have chemicals such as, when we talk about CFCl3. Now, CFCl3 sometimes, now here, when you emit it out on the ground surface, it ends up staying in the atmosphere for a very long period of time. These pollutants have the potential to stay in the atmosphere for hundreds of years out there. So they will stay in the atmosphere for a very, very long period of time. And when they end up staying in the atmosphere, then what happens is that basically, eventually, due to air circulation, etc., sometimes they enter into the region of stratosphere. From troposphere, they enter into stratosphere. Now, the stratospheric height is lowest around the region of the poles. So that is why, despite the pollution happening from other areas, the air circulation ensures that these pollutants, they enter the region of the stratosphere through the area of the polar region in majority of the conditions. Now, under the presence of ultraviolet rays, these, they become active, they become chemically reactive. So that is when compound like CFCl3 breaks into CFCl2 plus Cl. Now that individual chlorine atom that you see, under the conditions of low temperature, under the presence of ultraviolet rays, it is very reactive. Now that will immediately attack an ozone molecule. Once an ozone molecule is attacked, so Cl plus O3 is the reaction which happens. It produces chlorine monoxide plus oxygen, right? But that chlorine monoxide is not stable either. That will start searching for immediately another form or another kind of oxygen radical. It will react with, so ClO plus O will happen. It will lead to the production of Cl plus O2. So eventually, that O3 is continuously getting broken down into O2, right? It is continuously being broken down. So here you have ClO plus O. So this chlorine becomes reactive again, and that is when it will attack another ozone molecule. So it is a kind of a chain reaction which kicks in. And that is how the ozone layer gets depleted in a region for a longer period of time. Okay? I hope that is understood. By rate of production, you mean rate of production of chlorine atom. Okay, here that is incorrect. Thank you for pointing that out. So here it has to be, yes, Bibin, depletion. Is that now understood? Any doubts which prevail? I hope that is understood. Can we transport ozone from our immediate environment to the ozone layer? It may be a win-win situation. I like the ingenuity of your thought here. But in that case, you can also provide a solution to air pollution, that transport all the pollutants, pack it up in a box, throw it into the waste garbage, all the pollutants in the. How will you collect the ozone from the ground surface? What is the process that you have thought about? That how will you collect the ozone from the ground surface? Who will transport that into the stratosphere? With which vehicle will you transport it? And how will you release that ozone into the stratosphere? How will you ensure their stability? Think about it, and I don't want the answer that the government should take care of it. So if you have thought about this kind of a solution, think about that also. Please understand, there are many things which are very good and applicable when you draw it on a paper, when you draw a cartoon out of it. But when you try to implement it out into the real world, that is where it becomes almost incomprehensible, unimplementable, so to say. Okay. Now, so Starly, I hope now it is understood. You were confused with production and creation. Currently, what is used in place of CFCs? Currently, you have HFCs which are used, right? But these HFCs are also in the process of being phased out, because it was found out that while these HFCs, they are not depleting the ozone layer, but they are having a significant greenhouse or global warming potential. So these are very potent greenhouse gases which are leading to a significant and substantial warming of the planet surface as well. Okay. See, the oxygen that is produced in that chain reaction, oxygen is produced. So won't it be beneficial for us? Oxygen that is produced, that will not have the same impact of filtering out the ultraviolet rays. Oxygen, the O2 molecule, does not have the ability to filter out the ultraviolet rays. And on the ground surface, are we suffering from a lack of oxygen? No. As far as the planet is concerned, the amount of oxygen has been increasing for the past 100 million years or so. So the amount of oxygen is not a problem here. It is the ability to filter out the ultraviolet rays that becomes an issue. Okay. I hope that is understood. Good ozone and bad ozone, we have already discussed. Good ozone is considered to be the one in the stratosphere which will filter out the ultraviolet rays of the sun. Bad ozone is the one produced near the ground surface, which will always end up causing asthmatic issues and the problems of pollution along with that. Ground level ozone is a secondary pollutant out there, which is produced generally in the presence of nitrogen oxide, sulfur, or rather volatile organic compounds in the presence of heat and sunlight. That is when ground level ozone is produced. Okay, whereas the good ozone that you see in the stratosphere, that is formed by the reaction of the O2 molecules themselves. Now, this is a area which is ozone layer depletion is an area which is very, very probable and is a possible region for your examination as well. So there, if it comes in the examination, we have talked about various different aspects till now. We have talked about the fact that why it is more prominent in the polar areas. We have talked about why it is amongst the polar areas also, why it is much more prominent over Antarctica as compared to Arctic. It is also to be found in other areas of the planet. Why that depletion happens? How does that depletion happen? How is it that ozone is created? So all those factors that we have talked about, just represent them in the examination. Trust me, you will get much more marks than your competition, because many of the people who are you are competing with, many of them, when they think of the ozone hole and the ozone layer depletion, the depth of it is not covered, the chemical reaction etc is not covered. So have this much coverage, more than sufficient. Now, causes of depletion, the ozone depleting substances that I was referring to. So these are your ozone depleting substances: CFCs, halogens, carbon tetrachloride, then methyl chloroform, hydrofluorocarbons. So all these are what? These are basically used in your industries of coolants, refrigerants, air conditioners, solvents, fire extinguishers. In all these are used. These stay in the atmosphere for a very, very long period of time, and in the long run can impact the ozone layer. But there are natural factors as well. Natural factors also which can strip the ozone layer, which can deplete the ozone layer. What can be the natural factors here? Can we think about it? Very good, Sheikh. Volcanic eruption, large scale forest fires. Now, what these will do? These will emit some significant amount of pollutants high up into the atmosphere. Certain volcanic eruptions will have the smoke emitted up to the height of 50 or 100 kilometers into the atmosphere. Now, when that happens, it happens with a substantial amount of force. Now, that force is enough to puncture the ozone layer there itself, right? Similarly, when you have the large scale forest fires, you have very thickly developed pyrocumulus clouds, pyrocumulonimbus clouds which are created. Sometimes those emissions, they reach the region of the stratosphere as well, damaging the ozone layer. So any of the emissions which are sufficient to reach the stratospheric region, they are able to puncture the ozone layer naturally. Okay, now that is basically the ozone layer. And what is the impact once the ozone layer starts getting depleted? What is the overall impact that you experience? First of all, the impact on animal life. So you will observe that overall the animals, their reproductive cycles in many of the stages, they are impacted because of exposure to ultraviolet rays. Now, once we talk about the impact of the ozone hole, we are basically talking about the impact that is created due to exposure of ultraviolet rays, because ozone hole, all it creates is a window for the ultraviolet rays to move in. So that impact, it can happen on the animal life, in the sense that you can have the animals, their reproductive cycle, their growth cycle, all of that will be impacted. The human life, now when the ultraviolet rays, they fall upon the skin, that causes skin cancer, that can cause various skin infections and diseases as well, right? So cancer is one of those. Here you can talk about cancer. Then impact on marine life also. We have talked about the fact that the productivity of the marine ecosystem, the food chain, that is disturbed whenever you have the ozone layer depleted and excess amount of ultraviolet rays coming in. The plants on the ground, the leaves, they start turning yellowish. So there the rate of productivity of food due to photosynthesis, that is altered, that is reduced. So these are the various different forms of impact that you will come across. Okay. Now, then here we come to the convention and protocol to mitigate the ozone depletion. This is again relevant both for your prelims as well as the mains exam. I hope we continue to understand and still retain the difference that we have talked about, difference between a convention and a protocol. I hope that is still retained in our mind, right? Anyone who is still not clear with that? It is clear? Good. So convention sends a larger goal, a larger objective is set with the help of the conventions. Now here, when you talk about the convention here is basically for the ozone layer, you have the Vienna Convention which was set up. Now, Vienna Convention was in order to designate a larger objective or a goal which needs to be achieved. That is, and you have to understand the backdrop for any convention, for any protocol. And this is where I want you to be different from the rest of the public, the rest of the population that you see out there in the streets buying the books and rote learning all of them, trying to vomit in the examination, but it doesn't happen. They repeat the same test again and again. I want you to be different from that crowd. Okay, I don't want you to be the rote learners out there. So how will that happen? Once you understand the backdrop of any convention, once you understand the geopolitics behind it, under what mechanism, under what circumstances did the negotiations happen, under what circumstances did the countries arrive at a decision. So that is what is required to understand and memorize the conventions and protocols in the long run as well. So when we talk about it, first of all, the Vienna Convention. Now, this Vienna Convention, this was basically designated, it was decided in Vienna. All the countries did come together because throughout the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s, the entirety of Europe, North America, now their air conditioning had been used for decades now. And all those air conditioners, the refrigerants, the coolants, they use these chlorofluorocarbons. All these chlorofluorocarbons would be released into the atmosphere. And scientists by this point of time were able to figure out that it is these chlorofluorocarbons which is depleting the ozone layer. It is these chlorofluorocarbons which is causing damage to the ozone layer. They would be able to figure this out. So that is why, first of all, what was needed was a kind of an agreement of sorts where everybody sits across the table and identifies that yes, this is a problem. That is the first stage in finding a solution. How do you find a solution? First stage is acknowledging that yes, there is indeed is a problem. As long as you are self-confident that there is no problem which exists, obviously solution will also be elusive. So that is where they sat down in the mid 80s, around 1985 in Vienna, and the prime agenda was to combat the issue of ozone hole or the ozone layer depletion by restricting the emission of such gases. That was the part of the Vienna Convention. It formalized international cooperation on ozone issue by creating framework for protection of the ozone layer. Now, when did it enter into force? Not required. Okay, how many countries have ratified it? Not required for your examination. You just need to understand what it is about. Now, as we discussed earlier, the convention is setting a larger goal or a larger agenda, but then it is the protocol which sets a kind of a target, which sets a dated target that this is when you have to achieve the elimination of CFCs, this is when you have to incorporate this particular gas to be eliminated as well. So that is where in 1987 you had the Montreal Protocol to the Vienna Convention, as it is referred to. Now, Montreal Protocol was one of the first international protocols when it comes to environmental issues, environmental management, and it was amongst the first protocols to talk about banning of certain products, certain gases, because it is wrongfully damaging the environment. So, This Montreal Protocol was arrived on the substances that depletes the ozone layer, or ODS, the ozone depleting substances in general. And what it meant was that phasing out of production and consumption of man-made ozone depleting substances in a phased manner, that needs to be encouraged. Phasing out of production and consumption. Now, many of the developed or industrial nations of the world, they will have the capability to develop an alternative. As I told you, immediately, even around the time of the Montreal Protocol, the industry in the industrialized nation, they were aware that CFC is going to be hankered down upon. So they had developed HCFCs. While many of them, they still continue to produce CFCs, but majority of them, they imposed a ban. Now, what about the developing nations, the underdeveloped nations, the global south, as it is referred to? Now, these developing or underdeveloped nations, they neither have the financial wherewithal, neither do they have the technical prowess. So, how is it that they are supposed to find out an alternative? If they phase out CFCs, how will they carry out the cooling mechanism that is required? So, for that, a multilateral fund was established. And this multilateral fund was established in 1991 for implementing the Montreal Protocol, where it provided financial and technical assistance to the various developing nations which were parties to the Montreal Protocol, whose annual per capita consumption and production of ODS is less than 0.3 kg. So, in a way, the developing and underdeveloped, or in a way, the unindustrialized nations of the world who were not industrialized significantly, for them, in order to ensure that they are able to adapt, a multilateral fund was established as per the Montreal Protocol. Okay. Now, another portion which is relevant for your prelims, that is, which are the agencies, international organizations, which are responsible for implementation. So you have this relevant for your prelims. So, United Nations Environment Program, United Nations Development Program, World Bank, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, all of these are the member organizations who implement that fund. International Ozone Day is also celebrated on September of 16th of September, which recently passed by. Now, this Montreal Protocol, this is considered to be one of the most successful international agreements out there because there is an increased implementation. The implementation is quite successful. That is why it is considered to be a success, because recent scientific reports have indicated that the ozone layer is healing itself back again. So it is basically recovering itself. Now, how is it made possible? It is made possible because of the Montreal Protocol. Because the CFCs, the HCFCs, etc., all of them were banned. That is why it has managed to heal itself. Now, please understand, in the initial Montreal Protocol wording, you did not have this much mention about the various different other forms of ODS. CFCs were stressed upon. But the ability or the wording of the Montreal Protocol was such that it could be amended easily. With the development of technology, with the development of scientific finding, it would be amended and more gases would be included under its ambit. And that is when you arrived at a kind of a much more comprehensive Montreal Protocol, which catered to not only the CFCs, but a host of other gases. And various different amendments have made that possible. Here, I will just give you a brief of few of the amendments out there for the Montreal Protocol, which you don't need to particularly recall or remember for your prelims perspective, not relevant for your prelims. But once, sometimes you have questions in the mains examination, a detailed question asking about Montreal Protocol. So in those areas, it will always be advantageous for you because rest of your competition will also write the same answer about Montreal Protocol derived from Vienna Convention, etc. But some advantage you will gain by highlighting the various amendments and briefly highlighting them, that how they have brought in various different other ozone depleting gases, ozone depleting substances into the ambit, which has made the protocol much more successful. We have been able to achieve the objective of repairing the ozone layer. The objective of all of this is what? To repair the ozone layer. Right. So let us take a look at few of the amendments. So few of the amendments here that you see, the London Amendment of 1990. Now, it changed the ODS emission schedule, which was schedule in the sense that when you have to achieve the phase out, by requiring the complete phase out of CFCs and halons and carbon tetrachloride by 2000 in developed countries, 2000 in developed nations, and by 2010 in developing nations. Okay, so this was the target which was accelerated. Methyl chloroform was also added to the list. Methyl chloroform was also added to the list of controlled ODS, right? And phase out was also scheduled in this by 2005 and 2015. Methyl chloroform is also used in many industrial processes, so that is why it becomes important. Now, then you had the Copenhagen Amendment. Now, Copenhagen Amendment, you basically have the conference of parties which is held for any convention, for any protocol, the conference of parties is held. Now, whichever country hosts that conference of parties or that summit meeting, that country is under immense pressure to issue some kind of declaration, some kind of a statement. Observe the kind of pressure that was, recall the kind of pressure that was put on India during the time of the G20 summit, that whether there will be a Delhi declaration or not. Significant portion of the world was actually banking on the fact that there would not be any Delhi declaration. And in fact, I'm sure many of you, many of the various different international editorials, etc., they would already have prepared the headline how G20 in India would be a massive failure because there was no Delhi declaration. So the host country always has pressure. But here, you would observe that many of the, even during Delhi declaration in G20, you would have observed that many of the countries, they did criticize India in the sense that you have not had any ambitious declaration. Declare something very ambitious. Declare something which catches the headlines, because that has been the trend. The countries, when they host such meetings, they declare something out of the world, out of the ordinary. And whether it is implemented or not, that is for the world to face later on. But all the developed nations, they have had this habit. They have been doing this endlessly for decades now. They will declare something, they will promise something. In United States, if a meeting is held, they will promise you $500 billion every year we'll give. That never comes. European nations will promise you that all the technology we will give you free. Later on, it is found out that we will give you free, we will have certain charges imposed. Those charges turn out to be in terms of hundreds of billions of dollars. So they believe in having that kind of a declaration, that kind of an announcement. That was very apparent when you had the Copenhagen Amendment. Copenhagen Amendment in Denmark. So there significantly accelerated the phase out of ODS, ozone depleting substances. And by this time, HCFCs were also targeted. Hydrochlorofluorocarbons, they were also targeted. The phase out for developed countries beginning in 2004. Now, under this agreement, CFCs, halons, all the various forms were targeted for complete phase out in 1996 in developed nations. Right? Think about it. Think about this perspective for a bit. Here, London Amendment in 1992 is telling you that phase out for all the gases in developed nations shall be achieved by 2000. Right? And then the Copenhagen Amendment tells you it will happen in 1996 itself. That is within 4 years of this amendment. Can that be possible? If I can provide you a suitable analogy, think about it. That let's suppose you have a target in your mind that I will appear for the examination in 2026. Okay, you are preparing accordingly. You are having a slow pace of preparation accordingly. You are managing multiple things, college studies, etc., that I will achieve this in 2026. Let's suppose Suddenly few of the relatives come, you have to become prominent, you have to have a name for yourself. You suddenly decide that, okay, rather than 2026, I'll clear it in 2024 itself. But how will that happen? How will that be materialized? So that is the problem and the fallacies of these international conventions and the declarations and the announcements made thereby. It appears very good on paper, but when it comes to real world implementation, and in fact when we come to the later international conventions about climate change, we will find this as a recurrent pattern, where all the European nations, the developed nations, the industrial nations of the world, they promise the developing world billions of dollars. In fact, many of them have promised billions of dollars annually. But when it actually comes to the materialization of that money, to actual money getting disbursed, that is where there is a significant lacuna. That is where it is not implemented. And later on, after the what the mindset is that people will forget. People will forget, the developing world will forget, and maybe we will recalibrate our goals again. So even Montreal Protocol was subjected to this. Now, 10 years of Montreal Protocol was celebrated with the Montreal Amendment of 1997 that included the phase out of HCFCs in developing nations, as well as the phase out of methyl bromide. So observe that how in each of these, and one and one or the other of these gases were included. For example, in the London Amendment, you had methyl chloroform, which was added here. This was the one which was added in ODS. In the case of the Copenhagen Amendment, you had HCFCs which were added on. Right? Now, here methyl bromide was capped, but methyl bromide was in the Montreal Amendment was figured out in the exact date for phase out. When is it that phase out will happen? Then the Beijing Amendment happened in 1999, and by this time, the entire world witnessed some other very unique phenomena. By the time the Beijing Amendment did happen in 1999, what was being observed was that when it comes to the industrial nations of the world, now for the Montreal Protocol, immense amount of pressure was put only on the developed nations, because at that point of time during the 70s and during the 80s, obviously in our country, in countries like India and China, electricity in itself was a rare commodity for most parts of the country, let alone the large scale utilization of air conditioners, refrigerants, etc. That would also be very abysmally low. So it was understood that whatever depletion has happened at the hands of the industrial nations of the world. Now, obviously, that means they were the ones under the spotlight, under the scrutiny, that you don't have to utilize or you don't have to use the CFCs. Otherwise, the ozone layer is getting depleted. So, all the developed nations, all the industrial nations, very quickly, they started washing off their hands that, see, we are not emitting any amount of these CFCs. We are not using any of these CFCs in any of the products that is manufactured. But very soon, within a couple of years, or within 4 to 5 years of the Montreal Protocol, it was understood across the globe that while the products manufactured and used in the industrial nations, their CFC is not being used. But still, you have many industries operating in the developed countries, many of the industries who still manufacture these CFCs, and they trade it, they send it to the poorer nations at cheaper rates. So the industries are also earning. The poor nations, they are also benefiting, getting the cheaper materials. And the overall economy of the industrial nations is benefiting out of it. So while the industrial nations, on the face of it, they were not using it, but they were producing it. And that is what was highlighted during the Beijing Amendment. So the Beijing Amendment included tightened controls on the production and the trade of the HCFCs. And here, bromochloromethane was added to the list of the controlled substances, ODS substances. It is ironical that later on, Beijing, or China in itself, basically fell foul to one of these mechanisms which it sought to correct. How is that? We'll talk about it very soon. But before that, we talk about the Kigali Amendment. We'll talk about it after the break. So we take a break as of now, and we take a 10 minutes break. And after that, we come back. Okay. A confirmation about the audio, please, guys. If the audio is clear and available, kindly confirm. Thank you. Just a moment. Okay, so now we come to the Kigali Amendment of 2016. So when we talk about the Kigali Amendment, so basically, by this time, around the 2000s, you had the development of another alternative to CFCs, and this was the HFC, that is hydrofluorocarbon. Now, the hydrofluorocarbons which were developed, it was understood that these hydrofluorocarbons, they are much more friendlier in terms of the ozone layer, right? The HFCs, when we talk about, so these had been developed as an alternative to CFC. So they do not end up depleting the ozone layer. They don't deplete the ozone layer, but they have a significant greenhouse warming potential. So very high global warming potential. So what this means is that because the global warming potential was very high, that meant that you had a very high amount of heating. Global warming or climate change is the discussion of the hour, is the problem of the hour, so to say. So that is why Kigali Amendment focused upon the phasing out of the HFCs. How do you phase out of the HFCs? That is what the Kigali Amendment focused upon. So it entered into force on 1st of January 2019, following a ratification by 65 countries out there. Now, you don't need to learn or memorize how many countries did ratify. And the goal is to achieve 80% reduction in HFC consumption by 2047. Now, what this amendment also brought into the picture is a kind of a phased mechanism or a phased targeting, that all of them, they don't have the same target. All of them, they have different targets. So they help reduce the production and consumption of hydrofluorocarbon, a potent greenhouse gas, and thereby avoid global warming of up to zero point 0.4 degrees this century. Now, the target which was set as per the Kigali Amendment, that target was different for the various countries, because you cannot treat all the countries on the same standard, and you cannot put them all on the same pedestal, because all of them, they are in their different stages of the developmental journey. All of them have different capacity to bring about alternatives to handle their developmental journey. So all of them, they differ in that. So that is why it you will observe that the Kigali Amendment, it divided the signatory parties into three various different groups. Now, the first group consists of the rich and the developed economies. Rich and the developed economies like the US, UK, and EU countries, who will start the phase down of HFCs by 2019 itself and reduce it to 15% of 2012 levels by the year 2036. That is, whatever amount of HFCs you were using in 2012, in 2036, you will be using only 15% of that. That means, regardless and despite the growing demand, you are curbing the consumption of HFCs. Then Group B, or the second group, talked about the emerging economies like China, Brazil, as well as some African countries. Now, there the phasing down has to begin by 2024 and reduce it to 20% of the 2021 levels by 2045. This is the group D, second group. The third group is consisting of the tropical nations and countries such as India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, the developing nations themselves, who have an increasing population, whose developmental requirements are quite significant, who do not have that much great amount of technical and financial prowess as of now. So those particular countries, they were clubbed in the third group, and there the phasing down has to begin around the so it will phase down HFCs by 2028, and the targeted phase down is 15% of the 2024-26 levels to be achieved by 2047. So that is how you had the Kigali Amendment dividing the countries into these different groupings. Now this is relevant for your mains exam. Okay. This is relevant for the mains examination, and that is what you have to keep in mind, the various different groupings which have been done and what is the target which has been set. Yes, Abhijit, India is a party to the Montreal Protocol and the convention. Why India is not in the second group, as India is also an emerging economy now, it comes into forfeit. No, it comes in. I'm unable to understand the term that you have written in 2019. So basically, Aniket, your question is that of a prestige, that why is it that India is not included in countries like China? Why is it that India has been given in a manner? This isn't it good for India? So it is good for India that phasing down has to begin much later. But if you are worried about the prestige battle in this, India also did not want itself to be placed along with China, because you have to understand China, even if you consider Brazil, in many of the developmental parameters, they are much ahead of us when it comes to per capita income, when it comes to per capita the consumption of the various different types of gases. There, these countries are much ahead of us, right? If you consider the per capita income, China is almost 6 times larger than India. In India, per capita income still revolves around $2,000, whereas in China it is more than $12,000 and more. So these are the middle income countries. All these, they are the mid income countries that you are talking about. Okay, is that understood? And you also have to understand that basically whenever you have the growth process taking place, so there, the tropical countries, they require much greater amount of cooling purposes and much greater amount of these substances. So that is required, and the developmental journey of India has recently begun, where we are still very far away from reaching the peak developmental journey. By that I don't mean the basic form of human development that has been happening for a long period of time, but when we talk about the industrialization of the country, so large scale industrialization has been happening only for a few decades now, 2 to 3 decades now. In the countries like China, that has been happening for more than 5 decades now. So that is why our peak requirement is supposed to rise up with the peak of the population expected to come somewhere in the late 2030s or in 2040s. So that is where the peak requirement also is supposed to rise up. Okay. Now, then, no, Shelly, no. Now, then comes the ozone layer recovery. So when we talk about the ozone layer, we have seen and we have talked about the fact that the ozone layer is recovering. It is recovering its health, right? It is basically becoming, in a way, recuperating itself. Wherever you have had depletions, there you have the ozone layer coming back. So that recovery is something that you experience across the polar regions and also across the other areas in the tropical regions as well. Some amount of depletion which were experienced there, also some recovery is experienced. So here you observe the total ozone concentration in terms of Dobson unit. You will observe that how the depletion was initiated way back in the 60s and the 70s itself. Now that continued, the bottom was reached around the late 1990s, and observe the recovery. observe the recovery which has happened. And this recovery basically means that by the next century, our ozone layer will be, we say our because it is of the planet, the ozone layer will be back to normal. Now, this measurement of ozone layer is carried out every few years with the help of an exercise. So, UN backed scientific assessment panel, the UN backed scientific assessment panel to the Montreal Protocol on ozone depleting substances. There you have the quadrennial assessment report. That is, quadrennial means published every 4 years. It confirms the phase out of almost 99% of the banned ODS. Now, if current policies remain in place, the ozone layer is expected to recover to 1980 values by around 2066 over the region of Antarctica, by 2045 over the region of the Arctic, and by 2040 itself over the rest of the world. So that is how the ozone layer is healing itself. Okay, it is as per this scientific assessment report where you get an idea about what kind of gases are released, where are they released, and in what quantity are they released in various different areas. Okay. Now, few of the other government initiatives when it comes to combating air pollution is something that we will take a look into very briefly. So, first thing is establishment of the CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board. Now, this Central Pollution Control Board was established in, as it is a statutory body, by the way. Statutory organization means something which has been established as per the statute of the law. So, here, when we talk about the CPCB, for example, it is a statutory body which was set up as per the provisions of the Water Act. Please understand, Water Act is the first legislative measure from in our country to combat any of the various different larger forms of pollution. You have the Water Act, you have the Air Act as well. So Water Act talked about, and later on in 1986 you even had the Environment Act. But Water Act was one of the first measures. It was about combating the issue of water pollution. So under that Water Act, you had the establishment of CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board. Now, that Central Pollution Control Board was to have the various, now at the central level, if you have a pollution control board, that in itself will not be a strong, powerful body or such a kind of a body which will be able to monitor all the states as well. So that means it had the SPCBs, the State Pollution Control Board, operating in each of these states. Now, over a period of time, the powers, the various different provisions that provide the power to the CPCB, that have been expanded quite significantly. So CPCB's power has been expanded after various different acts have been passed. For example, as per the Air Act 1981, CPCB was empowered to tackle the problem of the air pollution as well. Noise pollution also was put under the ambit of CPCB as per the amendment to the Air Act itself. Now, here, CPCB is the nodal agency to tackle the pollution. So, it is one of the government's initiatives to tackle pollution, established under the Water Act, right? So, here, established under the Water Act of 1974 and entrusted with the powers and functions under the Air Act of 1981. It provides technical services to Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change under the provisions of the Environment Act as well. It coordinates with the various different SPCBs, the State Pollution Control Board. SPCB here stands for State Pollution Control Board. Okay. Now, it is one of the apex organizations in India when it comes to pollution control. Now, when it comes to air pollution, you have the ambient air quality which is measured. Ambient air means air in your surroundings, right? So, what is the air that we breathe in? What is the air that we basically are confronted with? That quality needs to be measured. So, that is where the term ambient air quality comes into the picture. So, that talks about the quality of outdoor air in our surrounding environment. It is typically measured near the ground level, away from direct sources of pollution. Now, Air Act 1981, this was one of the important legislative measures which was passed in order to understand or rather tackle the problem of pollution. Here, the regulatory power was given to the CPCB, that CPCB will set the various norms and accordingly it will be followed. So, the Air Act was enacted by the Parliament to implement the decision taken at the United Nations Conference on Human and Environment, that is the Stockholm Conference of 1972. We'll talk about the Stockholm Conference. That Stockholm Conference of 1972, it is referred to as the mother of all the environmental conferences, because all the various environmental legislations and actions which have come up across the entirety of the world, it is said to have arisen from the Stockholm Conference in basic. So Stockholm Conference becomes, that is why, ever important. Now, here, main provisions of the Air Act. So it is very similar to Water Act in terms of how it will manage the various types of pollution. It expanded the authority of the central and the state board of pollution established under the Water Act to include the air pollution controls. States not having the pollution boards were required to set up air pollution boards. Advisory committee was constituted under the act, advises the center for the various approvals. Now, all industries operating within the designated air pollution control board or areas must obtain a consent or a kind of a permit from the various different state boards. So if you have an industry, now you cannot open an industry tomorrow morning, you wake up, you open up an industry. No, you need to get the permit from the board. And in fact, on a lighter note, this is where all the money is taken in and given out in order to get these permits. Because when you roam out there in the outside, uh, just like that, you will observe many industries which are polluting much more. It is not as if the pollution control boards, they are not aware of this. They are aware of this, but the permit is also given. Right. Just like how you observe the pollution certificate given to vehicles who pollute more than the coal mine, right? Even they have the kind of the certificates or permits. That is why you would observe that in many of the lower grade examinations, the grade B, grade C level examinations, the posting in the RTOs, the posting in the pollution control boards, these used to be sought after by many of the young candidates, that if I get a posting there, I will be earning quite significant amount of money. Even after that, maybe even if they suspend us, we don't care, because we would have earned that much. So that is basically the benefit that you accrue out of it. Now, the states are required to prescribe emission standard for industry and automobiles after consulting the CPCB. So it is the norm which will be set by the various different states, and all the various organizations functioning underneath, under them, they have to follow those norms, they have to follow those mechanisms. And how is it that the states will come at those particular norms? After consultation with the CPCB. So overall, you would see that CPCB has been rewarded or given with enough amount of powers. Now, then 1987 amendment strengthened the enforcement machinery and introduced stiffer punishment. What stiffer punishment or penalties? The boards may close down a defaulting industrial plant or may stop its supply of electricity or water. If you are not following the norm, if you are polluting much more than what is given as the designated norm, your industry can be shut down by CPCB, right? A board may also apply to the court to restrain emissions that exceed the prescribed limit. Now, think about it. So, all those who say that we don't have enough measures to combat pollution, we have all the measures. If these measures are followed stringently, there won't be any industry which will be able to pollute at all, right? But then, the fact of the matter is that pollution is still happening rampantly. And that happens because there is obviously a kind of a give and take mechanism. Now, that give and take mechanism, there the government doesn't even come into the picture. They're normal people like you and me. They are the ones who are sitting there, right? Many amongst you will clear the examination, will be sitting in these chairs. And that is where it is the people who are going to make a difference, right? Just the execution and implementation of these laws can bring a difference of night and day. So that is something you need to be aware about. Now, the 1987 amendment introduced a citizen suit provision into the Air Act and extended the act for noise pollution as well. This is relevant for your prelims. Okay, that provisions of noise pollution were also included under the Air Act itself. Okay, you don't have a separate act tackling only for or tackling only noise pollution. That is not the case. Now, in 1984, National Ambient Air Quality Measure monitoring was started. In fact, it was renamed as National Ambient or Air Monitoring Program. Now, at that point of time, four pollutants were measured: sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, suspended particulate matter, and particulate matter of size 10, PM10, right? The residual particulate matter of size 10. In 1985, it was extended to all various different states, and measuring stations were established. In 1994, you had the National Ambient Air Quality Standards that was introduced in 1994. So, National Ambient Air Quality Monitoring and then standard setting was done. 10 years it took us. It took us a good 10 years to set up the standard for the emissions. In 2009, National Ambient Air Quality Standard was revised. 12 pollutants were introduced instead of land use classification, where various different areas, eco-sensitive zones, etc., were measured. Now, as per the 2009 National Ambient Air Quality Standard, these various different 12 pollutants were measured and monitored. This is just to give you the backdrop of it. You need not recall or you need not ratify all these 12 pollutants. This is just to give you a backdrop to prepare you for the type of question which is oftentimes framed, that what are the various or what have been the various different government initiatives which have been taken to combat air pollution. So in that case, you can provide a bulleted brief background in this case, and that is all. In 2014, it was basically decided. Now, look at it. Now, what was this National Ambient Air Quality Standard? 12 pollutants. So, you had ozone, lead, benzene, all of them were monitored. Now, if you recall, I understand many of you would be young, but not that young at that point of time. If you recall, almost all the hoardings, all the major hoardings across the railway stations, across the city centers, they would indicate to you the amount of suspended particulate matter. They would indicate to you the amount of sulfur dioxide which would be present. Now, amount of ozone which would be present, amount of benzene which would be present. Now, a normal individual like you and me, what are we to make out from the fact that this much lead is present in air? We don't even know the safe limit of it. What is the safe limit? So think about a common person. What will they understand by all these various different parameters? So that is where in 2014 it was simplified. It was a one particular number, right? So that was the air quality index, that you monitor 8 different pollutants out of them, the important ones, and then you arrive at one pollution index. That will give us an idea whether the air is polluted or whether the air in a region is cleaner. So you need to arrive at one particular pollution index. So that is where here you find that it is a tool for effective communication of air quality standard to people in terms which are easier to understand, transforms complex air quality data of various pollutants into a single number, nomenclature, and color. So here you have the various different pollutants, the 8 different pollutants which are measured. This is something which is relevant for your prelims. Okay, so that is relevant for your prelims examination. It can be asked that these can be listed, which of them are monitored as per the AQI. So AQI also associates a particular number with each one of the kind of pollution. So here, if the AQI is between 0 to 50, the air is good. If it is 51 to 100, satisfactory still. 100 to 200, moderate. 200 to onwards, poor, very poor, and severe. That is the condition of the air around. So that is basically the one which designates or signifies the amount of pollution. And also, see, if you have one particular fixed number, always you will be able to take very corrective measures immediately, right? Because the citizenry is also aware, and unless and until the citizenry is aware of any particular issue, changes cannot happen. So citizenry, when they are aware that, let's suppose, the AQI numbers are more than 500, for example, in Delhi immediately post Diwali, the AQI numbers in many of the regions, they are significantly higher than 500, right? So that means you yourself will take precautions, you yourself will start sporting masks out there, so that you don't inhale the polluted air. So that is why this awareness of the citizen is a must. That is what AQI tends to achieve. These are the AQI numbers across the country. On an average, you will observe that the AQI numbers in southern part of the country are much better because of various reasons. Land sea breeze is very common here. The amount of population here is comparatively much lesser as compared to North India, and there are reasons for that. You have hilly mount plateau terrains, so obviously not many people live in large quantities. In plain areas, in small areas, you have a high population density, but otherwise very little amount of population, so obviously lesser pollution and a lot of green cover as well. All these plateau areas, the wilder areas, they have a lot of green cover, so that is also something which purifies the air. So that is basically the common pattern, that northern India is much more polluted. Now the government has also come up with a kind of a mechanism of forecasting what is the amount of pollution that will be observed, let's say 1 month down the line. So you feed the various different weather data, the various different indicative data of economy, etc., of various functionalities, and you get a forecast that what is the expected amount of pollution, let's say 2 months from now or 1.5 months from now. So that is what is referred to as suffer. Now, suffer is, this is also, by the way, relevant for your prelims. So SUFFER is System of Air Quality and Weather Forecasting and Research, right? So it is India's first quality checking model and a forecasting methodology. It is developed by Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology in Pune. Pollutants which are monitored are PM 2.5, PM 10, ozone, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxides, sulfur dioxide, benzene, toluene, xylene, and mercury. You don't need to learn all of this, but generally you have to be aware that what is the purpose of suffer. Okay, now then we come to the other forms of pollution. The other forms of pollution, that is water, land, and noise pollution. How question asked from this topic of convention. So from the portion of convention, in many of the cases, you can have the statement like, let's suppose if you have the Vienna Convention, there you can have a question that this was finalized in the Earth Summit of Rio in 1992. So you can have one of those type of statements about when is it that it was arrived at. Then you can have a statement based upon why it was arrived at, the requirement of it. So like that, the requirement, the goal, the purposes, the objective, when, where, these can be asked. Okay. Yes, Deepika, please. Match the following also, yes. Azhar, how low tide causes coral bleaching? So basically, see, low tide is when you have the corals exposed to the outside air, and these are marine aquatic species which cannot survive out in the air, and that is where the corals they start dying, and the zooxanthellae as well. Okay, now, okay. Now we come to the water, land, and the noise pollution. So here, when we talk about the water pollution, so water on the planet is something which is very unique, something that you don't find easily across the other areas of the globe. right? Something that you find restricted to planet Earth. So that is how prized possession that we have, that is present. So what we have done, we have polluted that water. Wherever we have found that water, we have polluted that. Surface, groundwater, river, ocean, pond, lake, everywhere we have managed to pollute the water. So that is the water pollution. Now, when we talk about the distribution of water across the planet, I'm sure most of you would be aware that almost 97%, 97.5% of the water that you consider across the planet Earth, that is basically the saline water in the seas and the oceans. That is the water which is trapped there. That is the water which is present there. Only around 2.5% is the fresh water. Out of that 2.5% of a fresh water, you have almost 70% of it that is trapped in the ice caps, the ice sheets, the glaciers that you have. Almost 70% of the water is trapped in that, right? Surface water is basically only around 0.4%. So all the rivers, the lakes, the soil moisture, everything that you see, that represents only 0.4% of all the fresh water. I will repeat, all the rivers that you see, the ponds, the lakes, only 0.4% of all the fresh water in the world, which in itself is only 2.5% of the all the water on the planet, right? So after ice caps and ice sheets, majority of the fresh water is present in the underground region. The underground water, that consists of 30% of the fresh water. So we humans, we have managed to pollute the ice caps as well. There have been findings which indicate the presence of plastic waste in the glacial movement across the Alps. There have been various different carbon waste, black carbon, and so on across the Himalayan ice. Right. So we have managed to pollute the ice caps. We have managed to pollute the groundwater as well. And obviously, marine water, rivers, etc. Everything we have polluted. Now, when we talk about the water pollution, so here water pollution is basically divided into the based upon where is it, and from the source of pollution based upon their source classification, it is divided into point source and non-point source. Okay, so what is the difference between them when we talk about a point source and a non-point source? So this is your basic classification: point source and non-point source. Okay, so what is a point source? For example, let's suppose you have an industrial effluent which is getting emitted, industrial emission which is happening. Now, from one particular pipeline, all the waste is getting emitted or all the waste is getting discharged into the nearby water body. So, that is a point source, right? From one particular exit point, everything is getting discharged. That is a point source. Now, when we have or when we talk about, let's suppose, across the banks of the river, agricultural farmlands. Now, if you have a river which is moving like this, right? Now, there you will have various different agricultural farmlands. Now, all these agricultural farmlands will have a runoff. So here, the pollution is now not happening from one point. Pollution is happening all across it, all across the river bank. It is a non-point source. Think about it. Early in the morning, now that is not something which is so very prevalent nowadays, but it is still very, very prevalent in many parts of the country. Early in the morning, all across the banks of certain rivers, you will find lines of, in terms of the number of people sitting there, giving their own contribution to the river. Now, that is again what? It is a non-point source. But when we talk about a sewage effluent from a particular point or a particular plant, that is a point source. So that is a basic difference. Now, freshwater pollution is classified into two types: surface water pollution and groundwater pollution. When we say surface water pollution, so that is when pollutants they enter a stream, river, or lake, These give rise to surface water pollution. The surface water pollution has a number of sources, point and non-point sources. So you have sewage pipes, industrial waste outlet, etc. And also from agricultural fields, urban blocks, they are released. When we talk about groundwater pollution, how is it that groundwater pollution happens and why does this happen? So, groundwater is something that is in general is considered to be much pure. Groundwater, you will observe that when you go to the rural areas, groundwater is considered to be so pure, it is directly consumed without any filtration. But how is it that the groundwater is basically contaminated? What is the process of that? We'll come to it. Non-point source of pollution. Okay, how many of you have not understood about point and non-point source of pollution? See, non-point source of pollution is what? Think about it. Decipher the meaning of the term non-point. Means the pollution is not carried from a singular point, it is distributed. So if I bring you back to the image that we drew here, if let's suppose we have these farms, all these are farms. These are the rivers. This is the river. Now, if you spray all the insecticides, chemical fertilizers, etc., now the farm will immediately, after some time, with the help of the runoff, all that pollutant will reach the water body, isn't it? Now, this pollution, is it happening from one point itself? No, it is happening all across. Now, consider a particular factory. A factory has a pipeline for the wastewater, and that is getting discharged into the river. So here all that pollutant is getting discharged from one point. Hence, this will be a point source. If let's suppose this is an industry, so all that discharge is happening from one point. Here, discharge is not happening from one point. Similarly, assume like let's suppose you have settlement across the riverine floodplains. Now, all these settlements, they will discharge water through various different mechanisms. Now, these are not discharging water through one point. So, these are, let's suppose, non-point sources. And these are what are referred to as the point sources. Is that understood now? Okay. So, that is basically your point and non-point source of pollution. Now, we come to the fact or to the aspect of how is it that the groundwater gets polluted, how or why does it get polluted. So there are multiple reasons for the same. One of the reason is the waste which is dumped on top of the groundwater. Many of the times what happens is that you have, let's suppose, waste. Now that waste will have various different types of compounds, various different types of materials. They will impose their weight on top of each other. They will be imposing their weight on top of each other. Now, what will it lead to? Various materials will get compressed. Now, the contaminants or the pollutants in that case, they will start moving down into the ground. All the contaminants will start leaching into the ground and they will reach the groundwater. So that is also one of the reasons, one of the major reasons how the groundwater gets contaminated due to all that waste, the untreated, the unsegregated waste which is dumped on the ground, all of that accumulates to the lower region. That is basically one of the mechanisms of groundwater pollution. Another mechanism is pollution of the lakes. The nearby ponds, lakes, rivers, that also in many of the areas is connected to the underground aquifer, so that will also pollute. Mining activities in many of the regions, that basically is carried out at a greater depth. Now many of the time the waste that is generated will end up polluting the underground water as well. Now sometimes what happens is that you have over exploitation or over extraction of water, right? Over extraction. Now in this case what happens? So how is it that the groundwater is present? Groundwater, unlike our basic imagination that it would be like pools of water in the underground region, that is not how groundwater is present. Groundwater is basically trapped within the various different rocks, right? So if you have the rocks, let's suppose this is the ground, so you have the various different rocks at different depths. Now these are the ones which are filled with water. Okay, now in order to extract this groundwater, let's suppose you have dug a kind of a tube well system and you are trying to extract water out of it. Now, in this case, while you are trying to extract water out of it, so water will be pumped in from all different areas. They will be pumped in from all areas and they will be redirected towards here, isn't it? But if the water quantity in this region is becomes very low and still you are pumping it out, what will happen? Some mineral traces of these rocks will also start coming up, isn't it? So that is why traces of certain minerals such as cadmium, even uranium, etc., they come out along with the groundwater. So that is also going to be leading to a significant groundwater pollution. In many parts of northern India, this is something that we are experiencing, where the groundwater is getting contaminated, is getting polluted with the heavy minerals because of this particular issue out there. Okay, so that is the aspect of the groundwater pollution. Now, here you have to understand that all these various different contaminants, that is lead, cadmium, chromium, selenium, zinc, uranium, they will also induce various different types of diseases. We'll talk about the various diseases later on, but for example, cadmium can hurt your joints and the bones. Zinc can have its own impact. Lead can have neurodegenerative diseases caused by it. Uranium can impact the significant amount of your digestive tract. Kidney damage can also happen. That is being experienced across many parts of the country as we speak. Okay, and in my home, red colored groundwater comes, so it contains which metal, or it can contain variety of minerals from the very presence. So when water becomes reddish in color, it can be very abundant, or can corroborate the fact that sand is getting mixed as it is coming up, or it can have traces of iron. Iron also provides that reddish coloration. Okay, and what is fluoride? When you have the presence of fluorine. Okay, now then we come to the various different causes of water pollution. One of the major causes is the oil spill and the oil accidents, the accidents across the marine regions. Now, this is a particular worry point, or this is an issue which has been, in a way, impacting the larger level of humanity for almost more than 40 years now. Now you have various different cargo ships and handling ships with transportation mechanism. With the help of them, they carry large volumes of oil from one region to another. And that oil which is transported, sometimes there might be an issue where the ship might break or the oil might leak. And that oil, being very different from water, it tends to, in many of the ways, it tends to form a kind of a thin film above the region of the water. Now, when oil forms a thin film above water, what will it do? It will immediately prevent the exchange of air between water and atmosphere. Okay, so it leads to development of thin film of oil on top, prevents the air water exchange from happening. Now, what will be a result of that? When that air water exchange will not happen anymore, what will be the consequence of that? Dissolved oxygen quantity reduces. So you will have creation of large scale dead zones in the process. Then after that, you also have this oil. Now this is the filtered oil which will immediately spread over. But you when you talk about crude oil, now that crude oil is much darker. It has like a tar like of coloration and substrate pattern. So that crude oil, when that gets spread over, means what? In that situation, what will happen? So when that crude oil spreads over, in those conditions, in those situations, you will not only again face the same issue, but sunlight will also be blocked. Sunlight will be blocked in the sense that will prevent the natural photosynthesis to occur. Okay, so blockage of sunlight is blocked. Then other than that, many of the species, they get covered with that thick slime of oil, and that is when they cannot survive. That is when they will have difficulty in movement as well. For example, mass and large scale coral bleaching will be observed. Large scale coral bleaching. Okay, so this is disastrous. Now you cannot have here mechanisms such as why can't we collect that oil separately, we put it and it is a win-win situation. No, that mechanism is not available. So you have certain skimmers which basically tend to accumulate some oil from a region, and thereby they tend to accumulate it, put it away. But those are only partially successful, they are not completely successful. Then what is carried out or what should be done? So you have certain microorganisms which are developed, certain specific microbes such as oil zapper or oilivorous. Right, these are amongst the many ones. These are specifically designed, specifically created microorganisms which will decompose or degrade even the oil which is present. They will degrade them into the inorganic nutrients so that it is the natural condition is reverted as quickly as possible. So bioremediation is one of the mechanisms of treating this issue of oil spill. Okay, is this understood? Is this process understood and the problem of oil spill and accident understood? This was a question asked in this year's mains examination. Now in GS paper 3 under the portion of environment, this was asked that how oil pollution or oil spills are the causes of major marine disasters and what are their impacts, what can be done. So if you have understood this, you would be able to write that answer as well. Okay, so these are basically microbes. microbes which degrade the layer of oil, break down the complex carbohydrates or the hydrocarbons, and revert to the natural condition once again. Now there are other mechanism of air of this water pollution as well, other causative factors of water pollution as well. For example, wastewater and untreated sewage. Now it is discharge, it is something that is a common fact or a common sight to behold almost in every particular area across our country. Now that sewage and wastewater, that puts in various different types of contaminants, along with the fact that it also does put out various different types of microbes into the ecosystem. It is not only the various different types of uh, nutrients, or rather the pollutants, but also microbes are put out, and that can be damaging in the long run. But sewage and wastewater easily can lead to can lead to See, one thing that I have found out in general is, and you can tell me whether it is right or wrong, when we talk about a particular topic, and when we have discussed the entire topic, and when we ask the question, I hope that is understood and there is no doubt which prevails. Everybody is like, yes, yes, we have understood, no issues. Half of them, anyways, in the morning class, I understand the difficulty with which many of us we open our eyes. I understand those issues as well, the practical problems as it is referred to. But as soon as I say that this is a question which was asked in the mains examination this year, immediately the number of questions that are there, that starts coming up. Okay, is it relevant for mains? I never thought it could be thought about from that perspective. So now please explain to me again what the entire process was. So what I would rather suggest everyone, that rather than all your eyes and ears opening up by hearing that this was asked in this year's mains examination, kindly try to follow that particular attentive portion for the rest of the topic as well, because it is not a given fact that it is not your class 10th board examination or 12th board examination that this, if this has been asked in this year's mains, next year also UPSC will ask that. Next year it might be possible UPSC will ask you from point on point sources, right? Next year it might be possible UPSC asks you about harmful algal bloom. So rather than opening up of your ears only when I say that this has been asked in this year's mains examination, and immediately flooding the question again, that repeat the entire process again, tell me about the entire process again, follow that principle for the remainder of the topics as well. Only then will you be able to tackle the rest of the questions. I hope none of us are here with the aim that we will be able to solve all the previous year questions. My job is done. Now I have to do something else in life. You are here to clear the examination. So for that, be prepared for the remaining type of questions as well. Okay. So yes, oil zoppy. There is nothing that oil, nothing like oil zoppy that I have talked about. This is oil zapper. I apologize if the handwriting is so bad that you are unable to figure out. This is oil zapper. Right. So these are the microbes which will disintegrate, which will break down the oil spill, which happens. Because when the oil spill happens, it happens across the water bodies, it happens across the marine areas. And how do you take care of that oil waste? What do you think is your normal logical conclusion? How do you think the oil waste will be tackled? Either you will have a solution, or you will have the solution that government should have a solution. So what is at your level you think that can be a solution? Either you can have skimmers, or you can have biological degradation. That is the only way. So how do you carry biological degradation? Oil does not degrade naturally. So you design certain microbes which feed on that oil, which will consume that oil, which will break that oil. That is where the bioremediation process comes in. Okay. And Abhijit, how was the difficulty of this year's mains? So see, I have received various different types of uh, input from various different faculties and the students who have appeared per se. But one thing I would tell you, that this year's mains examination, you can put it into the easy category, easy to moderate category, because here so much amount of factual rote learning was not required. All that was required was your ability to understand the broader concept, and then your ability to interrelate. For example, I'll tell you, those of you, I hear many of you, I have seen that you have appeared, you have attended my geography sessions as well. So almost all of you would attest to the fact that in geography classes we discuss the fact, in the very initial stages and also in the portion of Indian geography, that how various things such as rivers, such as, let's say, the geographical location of a region, that has been important in determining the history of that place. We have talked about the fact that how rivers have formed the cradle of the civilization. We have talked about the fact that how the geographical location of India, that did in a way shape the history of that place, isn't it? So I'm sure many of you would have heard about that. Now, that was a question asked in the mains examination. Now, there have been candidates as well. I would be very upfront and frank about it, that many of the candidates, they have found these kinds of questions very difficult. But those candidates are the types who basically, uh, now I'm not saying it is a wrong measure or whatsoever, but many of us have a study technique where we rely upon a particular study material, and that is where our world is compressed into. That from page 1 to page Z of this particular book, I will learn this to the extent that anything which is asked from this topic I will be able to answer, but anything from outside this topic I won't be able to figure out. So those kind of candidates, they have found it very, very tough. Again, one of the questions in geography was the fact that in the Bhojpur region, why do you have the easterly winds during the time of southwest monsoon? Now, if you are searching for the answer of that particular type of question in the notes or in any particular book, you won't find there. But if you have applied your logic, that how is it that the monsoon winds, they come over in the eastern part of India? If you are able to look at the larger picture of how the monsoon comes and goes, as we have covered in the classes, you would find that question very, very easy. Same is the case with paper 3 in the portion of environment ecology as well. In the portion of even agriculture, the question which was asked about the changing cropping pattern, as simple as it can be. Now, you won't find that per se written in a particular book, but if you have studied the portion as UPSC expects you to study, you won't have any issue at all. Okay. And that is, yes, Abhishek, that is generally the trend. Nowadays, you would observe that the prelims is becoming tougher. The mains is getting much more predictable. So, prelims is the only hurdle, guys. Just get through prelims. And for that, all that you need is 50 correct questions. That's it. Get the 50 correct questions. You will get through the prelims. And then, trust me, if you follow the particular measures that we talk about how to study, how to approach a subject, it is not sufficient just to cover the for example, just a book, for example, any book. For environment ecology, let's suppose you have various books in the market. Just coverage of that is never going to get you through the examination. It is the approach which differentiates. I have seen many candidates who have gone to the examination absolutely unprepared in terms of the common yardsticks of learning everything. They have gone there just with a kind of a relaxed mind that I have an information set. I might not have the exact numbers, but I know what is what. They have successfully appeared through the mains examination, successfully appeared in the interview, and got a rank. I've also seen candidates who have continuously tried to rote learn the various different facts. They have been still doing that in their fourth attempt, fifth attempt. So it is you who has to decide which side you have to be on. Okay. And anyways, uh, arranging skimmers mean, will it be applicable for large water bodies like oceans? Yes. Skimmers, for example, in the region of the Pacific Ocean. Right now, you have a form of skimmer which is used to collect the plastic waste, right? The plastic garbage. So skimmers can be used. And Ilma will let you know if it is the case. What do you mean by marine dumping? Marine dumping is basically, Anshu, when you have had the, and nowadays obviously with increased environmental awareness the situation has improved, but in coastal areas, in many of the regions of the world, waste is directly dumped into the ocean and the seas. First of all, it is dumped into the beach, and from the beach the water carries it over, because the thought process is that that is the part of the planet is responsible for this. Okay, so that is the marine dumping. Also, significant amount of marine dumping happens on the account of the shipping industry, where what the ships end up doing is that as the ships will move, they will end up dumping substantial amount of the waste that they have accumulated, the heavy used engine oils. Whenever there are shipping accidents and marine accidents, for example, a large oil carrier which is moving, let's suppose the oil has started leaking. Now, while that is a worry, but you know what is the biggest nightmare of the environmentalists in the region? That the engine oil should not leak. The engine compartment should not get compromised. Because when the ship starts to sink, the engine compartment gets damaged and the engine oil leaks. That is much more heavy, much more dangerous than the normal oil spill that you see. Right? So, that is the aspect of oil spill. And then, as per my knowledge, most of the questions were not current affairs based. There were many questions based on current affairs, Azhar. What do you mean by leakage from landfill? Leakage from landfill basically means that, first of all, we'll talk about what is a landfill. And so let us talk about all of these. I will come to it. Don't worry. And for treating oil spills, skimmers, we have talked about it. Hariom, why it is called Purvaya? Because it is an eastwardly movement. Can we use biostimulation and bioaugmentation? Amrit, absolutely yes. Uh, these questions are very familiar to me, but always get negative. Can't understand why. We'll talk about how to handle the prelims questions some later point of time. Okay, and yes, Alok, that is absolutely correct. And is it true? Memorizing capacity I lack, so basically repeat it multiple times, it will come. Now, okay, okay, Ilma, I'll do one thing. I'll send it over maybe today. Varun, I adopted approach wherein I first sticking to one book and adding info through monthly magazine. Yes, that is correct. Unless and until you keep, also what you need to ensure is that that book in itself should be revised so many times that it becomes a part of your memory system. Because please understand, and I'm sure many of you will relate to it. The first time when you read a book, you are aware of the concepts or the facts. Second time that you read a book, that is from where from facts to concept that transition takes place. In the first time, many of the things you just are aware of. Second time, you understand them. The third time, when you repeat it, that is when you are able to relate the various different topics within a book. Fourth time, when you revise it, that is when you are able to look at the larger picture. For example, economic conditions, how they will impact the political situation of a region. So that larger picture is what you have to attain. So revise it as many times. Okay. Now, here we talk about the other forms of marine pollution as well. So sewage and wastewater can lead to harmful algal bloom through eutrophication. Okay, by eutrophication. So that is what happens. Mining means what? In the case of mining, you basically get or dig significant amount of rocky substances. Now, in that, many of the heavy minerals, they also get released. Now, during surface runoff, as you have the surface water moving into the nearby pond, lakes, or the rivers, all those waste, they also get accumulated, further exaggerating the amount or the problem of pollution which is caused. Agriculture also creates the same kind of issue. Agricultural issues, you have the runoff in terms of the fertilizers, in terms of the insecticides, herbicides, weedicides, all of them accumulate into the water. Then marine dumping means what we have already talked about, where you talk about the coastal dumping of the waste, even from the shipping industry, you dump all that waste, that is the marine dumping. Now, what is leakage from landfill? What is a landfill? Landfill, as we will study later in this module itself, when we talk about a landfill, so in that, land is dug in order to be filled with garbage. That is the literal meaning of it, landfill. So, in order to dispose the garbage, in many of the areas, that land is dug, it is filled with that garbage. Okay. In many of the regions, it is the commingled waste. Commingled means consists of the organic waste, inorganic waste, all of them. And then it is covered with a thin layer of soil. A very thin layer of soil covering goes on top. So this is what is referred to as a landfill. Okay. Now here also, owing to the same purpose or the same process, the pressure exerted by the waste means that many of the different chemicals, harmful chemicals and so on, they start leaching. They start moving down. And that is how they can pollute the groundwater in many of the cases. That can even pollute the surface water in many of the cases as well. Industrial effluents, radioactive waste generated from various industrial process, medical industries, medical or let's suppose hospitals or the care centers as well. There also you have radioactive waste. So all these are the various different sources of your pollution. Prashant, please can I get one question to writing? As in, you want to write the answer for that, Prashant, if I am correct. So, did you attempt the questions which were given for the BHLP test on Saturday? Many of you did not attempt the examination for the Saturday. So, there I hope that all of us are aware that in the case of BHLP, you will have Saturday tests. 5 subjective questions are given out to you. That is based on the previous year questions. That is based on the type of questions that UPSC is asking. So you have those 5 questions. Try to write the answer. Prashant, have you tried to do that? Yes, Ilma, I'm sure you. About you, few of the candidates, we are aware that you write it very regularly. We are informed of that. So that is where, Prashant, please attempt the test. You have 5 subjective questions that you can write. Now, this is the various different type of pollution, various different type of water pollutants, and the various different types of pollutants which impact the water at various levels, the causes, the symptoms, effects, etc. You don't need to memorize this. This is just for your familiarization aspect. I want you to be familiar with that when we talk about water pollution, excessively hot water discharge into a lake or a nearby pond, that is also a form of water pollution. Okay, so it is not only about the discharge of the various different types of contaminants or waste. It is also very hot water that can also be referred to as a cause of water pollution. So this is for your uh, a kind of familiarization. So get familiarized with it. So what each one of them are, where they are released with it, and what is the overall impact, that will be relevant for your prelims. Okay. Now, health cost of groundwater pollution. Groundwater, when gets polluted and when it is consumed, that will have significant amount of health impact as well. So what are the various impacts created? First of all, when we talk about the various impacts, so fluoride is something which even your toothpastes contain. Right, the toothpaste also consists of fluoride. You would have heard various different advertisements, you would have witnessed various different creative advertisements where they tell you that if you use this toothpaste, your teeth will shine brighter than the sun, and you will be the source of light in the entirety of the world. And maybe the confidence that you will gain will clear the UPSC exam also. You'll be a winner in life. Now, how do they give that? The whitening of the teeth, that toothpaste, the all that they promise. From where do they get that? That is with the fluoride. So, fluoride contamination is very significantly present in large sections of the world, right? And that fluoride contamination, what it does is that it makes the layering of the teeth go away. So, the teeth basically becomes weaker, becomes loose, and that has got its own different set of issues. The fluoride contamination, it also leads to fluorosis, and that means a general weakening from the enamel in the teeth bone to the region of your joints around the femur and the tibia. All the various different joints, they start getting weaker. Then you have arsenic. Arsenic very famously also causes what is referred to as the Blackfoot disease. Blackfoot disease. That is caused by arsenic contamination. Now, after that, you also have the presence of iron. Now, iron leads to hemochromatosis, which can lead to the generally problems in the kidney, digestive tract. There, the issues emerge. Then, by the way, you also have nitrate contamination. Nitrate contamination. Nitrate contamination or poisoning, also as it is referred to, it works with your RBCs and it impacts the hemoglobin's ability to carry oxygen. Now, as a consequence of it, you will find that the oxygen amount of oxygen to be carried to the body, to the various cells, that reduces. And as the body gets deprived of oxygen, it starts turning bluish. That is why nitrate contamination is what is also referred to as the blue baby syndrome. Okay, that is what is also referred to as the blue baby syndrome. Okay, then here after that you have cadmium contamination as well. Now, cadmium contamination leads to the joints, the bones, the at the joints, the bones need to be moving perfectly well in order for you to be able to bend your limbs, and in order to have that locomotion, that bones need to be bending well. Now, those become very brittle, right? So whenever you bend, try to bend your knee or try to bend your elbows, for example, it pains a lot because the bones have turned brittle, and this is what is also referred to as the ouch ouch or the itai itai disease, based upon the region in Japan where this was first of all detected. This leads to itai itai. Itai itai disease. Okay, then you also have mercury contamination. Mercury leads to Minamata disease, nervous disorder, that is. Right. These are few of the diseases caused by the contaminants that you find in water and around as well. So this is important for your examination, for your prelims. Match the following kind of question. Type of questions can be derived from here. Okay. Now, when we talk about the river pollution, particularly in our country. Now, I don't need to tell anybody out of you that the rivers in India, they are indeed in a very significantly polluted state. The level of pollution is exorbitantly high. Now, that river pollution is in many of the areas it is being tackled. It was during the COVID pandemic when suddenly all the rivers they became clean, because obviously the human activity or human interruption or the human influence was restricted. Now, here, I don't want you to learn all the data unless and until, let's suppose, the newer data which is released, the newer reports that are released, you can take a look into it, but don't learn this. Observe the trend here. Maharashtra proudly holds the first position in terms of the most polluted state when you consider the various different rivers. Earlier, Gujarat held the second place, but Assam, that very quickly climbed to the second state. And then Maharashtra and Assam, they have held that particular first and second position amongst the most polluted rivers. Now, what do you think are the causes? When we say in the region of Maharashtra, in the region of Assam, the amount of pollution is very high. What do you think should be or could be the causes of that pollution? Let me see. Untreated waste, excess population, industry, and mining. Good. One more. Shake. Very good. Agricultural waste. So, here, when we talk about the reasons, so reasons for river pollution, you have to understand untreated sewage and wastewater, industrial waste, right? Agricultural waste. And also, when you consider regions like Assam, almost the entirety of the population is settled around the river Brahmaputra itself. Okay, so that is where you will have almost the entirety of the population living in that particular area. So that is why Maharashtra has got mining waste as well. Please understand, Maharashtra in the middle and the lower Godavari Delta region, not exactly lower, but middle Godavari Delta region, Godavari river basin. There you have mineral rich area, and those mineral wastes, they are also accumulated there. So Maharashtra will have the conditions of industrial waste, mining waste, untreated sewage significantly, because development of a sewage treatment plant is never an attractive proposition from the side of the politicians. Politicians, they never invest much in development of sewage treatment plant, because what happens? Let's suppose you are a politician. You have spent all that money to build the sewage treatment plant. It will take 5 years to get completed, first of all. And how will you convey to the people its benefits? So that is where you, in fact, if you convey to the people, you will convey to the people that, you know what, 5 years down the line, the river that you see, it is going to be cleaner, so for that I am spending all this money. Politicians don't prefer that. Rather than that, what they will do, they will open up one school, they will open up or they will build the places of worship at much lower cost, and that will give them popularity as well. They will hold few of the fairs and festivals, they will support that, so that large number of people they get to enjoy, and that is it. And people, trust me, will vote them for the next time as well. So that is how it operates, that is how it functions. So that is why STP, sewage treatment plants, nowadays still you will have many areas where many of these STPs are being established, are being opened up. But for a long period of time, there was a complete ignorance. No sewage treatment plant, no new sewage treatment plant was getting created almost anywhere in the country. That has led to the situation that we are in, where almost all the major rivers of the country are deeply and significantly polluted. Right? So, river contamination, here you will observe that you have various different types of materials, such as chromium. Now, chromium, if you consider river Ganga near Kanpur, now there it is very polluted. Now, where does that pollutant come from? Now, majority of that pollution or majority of the pollutant is chromium. Chromium is a heavy material. Now, that chromium is basically utilized in the tanneries, in the leather tanneries. And it is a waste effluent from the leather tanneries. And that chromium has got an ability to thereby impact the river as well. That is the reason why during the lockdown days, when all the industries were shut down, river Ganga became clean again. Right. So that is basically how the river pollution is happening. And once you know the source of pollution, you can also bring about the mechanisms to prevent the pollution. Obviously, CPCB needs to be much more active, and CPCB needs to implement and execute the various different measures thereby. Okay. And Kirubagar and Raghav. That is true. Even though it is a political statement now to talk about the politicians spending on freebies. But that is true. People would prefer that any day. Why Maharashtra became more polluted due to river? Maharashtra did see, please understand, Rahul. The rivers in Maharashtra are polluted. Right? Why? There are multiple causes. Industrial concentration is very high. Industrial waste generated is very high. Then secondly, you will also have lot of mining waste, especially in the Vidarbha region of Maharashtra. Thirdly, agricultural waste is also there. Fourthly, untreated sewage due to lack of enough sewage treatment plants. Okay, right? I hope that is understood. Now, the Water Act of 1974. Now, it was as per the provisions of this act that the Central Pollution Control Board was established. Okay, so this led to the establishment of CPCB. This was one of the first act. This was one of the first act to comprehensively talk about the problem of pollution and to have a legislation to tackle the problem of pollution. So it represented India's first attempts to comprehensively deal with water pollution. It prohibits the discharge of pollutants into water bodies beyond a prescribed limitation. And who will set the prescribed limitation? The government in consultation with the Pollution Control Board. The Act vests regulatory authority in State Pollution Control Board, regulatory authority in the State Pollution Control Boards that you have, and empowers these boards to establish and enforce effluent standards. CPCB was constituted in 1974 as per the provisions of the Act. Now, it basically grants the board the power of compliance. That is, you have to ensure that the industries are complying, otherwise, you can punish them. So, it also includes the power of entry for examination, testing of equipment, and other purposes, and power to take sample for measurement. Now, it was strengthened, this act has been strengthened with various different amendments. And in case a particular industry is found to be flouting the norms, not following the norms, then the industry can also be ordered for shutdown. Okay, is that understood? Okay. So that is where we'll do one thing. We'll restrict the session here for today. Tomorrow we'll talk about few of the government initiatives. In the sense, we'll talk about the National Mission for Clean Ganga. We'll talk about the National Ganga Council, and then we'll talk about the land and the solid waste pollution, where we'll talk about the handling capacity, bioremediation, etc. We'll talk about tomorrow. And tomorrow, at the later stage, we will also try to enter into the portion of climate change. Okay. So that is where we'll end the session here today. I hope the session was productive. Let's take a few uh, questions and viewpoints. Abhijit, I think we need to inculcate local communities to tackle pollution. Example, people can randomly test water and report to specific apps. That is good, but then please understand that how many or what proportion of local communities actually worried about pollution. Think about it. If the local community would be actively seeking a participation in getting rid of the pollution, we would not have the drains in the various different communities, in the various different community setup, to be as polluted as they are. We won't have the common practice of people coming into their balconies, throwing the garbage on the road for the community to take over it. So that is where the problem rises. So awareness is a must. And that is one of the benefits of that Swachh Bharat Abhiyan campaign. Even though Swachh Bharat Abhiyan is a kind of a successor of Total Sanitation Campaign, Nirbal Bharat, all of that, but one of the benefits is that while the earlier campaigns focused only on the government side, the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan focused upon the population side, that make the population aware that you are responsible for the pollution as well. So that is when slowly the mindset will change, and eventually it will lead to tangible results. Abhishek, uh, natural gas is way more cleaner and cheaper than crude. Then why can't we transform our economy based? Because the availability is less, my dear friend. Availability is still very less. That is why. Otherwise, yes, it is much more cleaner. And that this, I write your notes after class. It's very helpful because it's syllabus oriented. So thanks, Tagdesh. So basically, please understand the notes. If you revise it regularly, trust me, for at least for the portion of environment, ecology, and geography, I will tell you, you won't be requiring to read any other different materials other than current affairs. Just the notes. If you have been diligent enough, by notes I don't mean that sitting through the entire session like this and looking at the screen and eventually just going through the annotation. If you have actually made notes of what has been discussed in the class, you have noted down the examples, trust me, more than sufficient. And also in the case of environment ecology, I have also recommended few of the docu-series documentaries. Do watch that. And Arnab, yes. CPCB draws its power from Water Act initially, then Air Act also gave it power. Eventually, Environment Act of 1986 further gave much greater amount of power to CPCB. Varun, I'm performing very well in mains test, but in prelims, I'm marking wrong options due to one tricky statement. Practice, Varun. Please understand, you have to analyze the mistakes that you commit, that whether it is a mistake due to lack of content or lack of concentration. Lack of content, read that portion again. Lack of concentration or the newer set of information due to which maybe you were not aware of that anywhere, you have not come across that, get aware of that. Lack of concentration, more practice, it will improve. Okay. And Nitesh, I feel like the preparation means like something is not done by me, something is missing. That portion of lack of confidence is a common factor across all the participants. It can be removed only by daily work. Daily, if you manage to study some substantial amount, it is going to be removed. The provisions of these old acts of the 90s are still relevant, yes, for the mains examination, yes. Um, okay, Saloni, I'll take a look into it. And Yashpal Sen, few years my village people used to bath in near dam, but development of sewage line. Now it is just a garbage dump. So that is where even the municipalities, see Yashpal, municipalities also don't have enough funds for that. Right. So we'll talk about the waste management tomorrow, about the key principles of waste management. You will get an idea about how the waste management is not only one process, it is a line of processes which are required to be functioned and which are required to be completed seamlessly. And when it comes to the aspect of water pollution and common bathing grounds, etc., I think 10 years down the line, with the development of sewage systems which will be common throughout the country, or which will be developed across the country, the development of pipe drinking water supply, the Jal Jeevan Mission, etc., that will significantly help in reducing and ameliorating these issues on the long run. Okay. And Rahul, that is absolutely correct. And this question paper is familiar, but still I can't. Negative. Practice. Aniket, can we say that CPCB doesn't take major steps in regarding pollution control because it may also create a large amount of unemployed in some of the cases? Yes. In some of the cases, absolutely yes. Okay. So that is where we'll restrict the session here today, guys. See you again tomorrow. Till that point of time, do take care of yourself. Goodbye. Read well. Relax. Thank you. And see you tomorrow. Yes, Anshu, I'll take a look into it.
TV debates